Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Good to have you with us. Hopefully you're enjoying the beautiful weather. We didn't get beautiful news today, though. The Sixers have announced that Joel Embiid and Paul George will both miss the opener. It's already starting. They are both ruled out for tomorrow night's opener. We'll talk to Michael Kaskey-Blomain from 97.3ESPN.com in the 4 o'clock hour today. We've got plenty of thoughts on the Eagles getting ready for the Bengals as the coordinators both spoke today. John McMullen at 3, Adam Caplan at football at 4. One thought every game tonight with Casey Joyner at 5 o'clock. You know, I'm going to start with one thought on every game because the two games last night have some interesting kind of fallout as the end of Week 7 is here. And the fallout is, in the pantheon of the NFL, where does this Philadelphia Eagles team sit? If you are putting your power rankings together, where do you place the Eagles? I think it's a tough one to figure out. That's a really tough one to figure out. This team is 4-2. They have an impressive win over the New York Football Giants, but they're not an impressive team. I'm not trying to say, hey, they beat a really good Giants team. They are a team that when you just try to stack them up against the rest of the competition, where do you kind of place them? If you were putting your power rankings together, let me know do you have the Eagles as a top 5 team? Top 10, top 15. Where do you kind of put this team? Because we'll kind of like assess after 7 weeks where this team is. And I really find it to be difficult to place them. Like overall, if you look at the league standings, the Eagles are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They are the 11th team in terms of they're winning 4-2, and then the plus minus is a plus 19. So that puts them as the worst 4-2 team in the league. Now, they beat the Packers, who are 5-2. So if you look at just the standings, just the records, Kansas City's 1, Detroit's 2, Minnesota's 3, the Commanders are 4, and the Commanders are 4 based on, I guess, that they're a plus 66. I don't know how they separate it or why they have one 5-2 team ahead of another 5-2 team. But Washington, so are the Eagles better than Kansas City? No. Are they better than Detroit? No. Are they better than Minnesota? That's an interesting one. Minnesota. What makes Minnesota at 5-1 more believable than Philadelphia? I think that's a question you could ask. What makes Washington more believable than Philadelphia? Well, they're scoring 218 points in their 7 games so far. Their offense has been really good. So I think that's something that you can point out. You go back to Minnesota. What makes Minnesota so good? Well, defensively, they've given up 107 points. Pretty good. Philadelphia's given up 115. And it seems that the Eagles' defense is getting better. So Minnesota at 5-1. Are they better than Philly? Do you have Philadelphia behind Minnesota? I could get on board with that, I think. I think I can say right now Minnesota's better than Philadelphia. What about Houston? 5-2 Houston. Are they better than Philadelphia? It's an interesting one. Houston scored 165. They've given up 159. I think Houston's been a little disappointing even at 5-2. Are they better than Baltimore? You saw the Ravens last night, 41 points. Let that game kind of be closer than the score would indicate. I mean, they were down 10, scored 34 unanswered. Tampa Bay, more on them coming up. Tampa Bay got an onside kick late in that game, 41-31 the final. I lost that one on the Bet365 play of the day. My gosh, I took the under in that one. They scored like 90 points, it felt like. I did hit the other game, an outright winner with the Arizona Cardinals. But More on that game from last night coming up. Is Philly better than Baltimore? I would not say so. Are they better than Buffalo? Buffalo's a tough one. I didn't have high expectations for Buffalo coming into the year. They're better than I thought, but I don't know that Buffalo's great. Are they better than Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh's defense, very good. It's only given up 101 points this year. I don't know if they're better than Pittsburgh. I'm not sure. The Pittsburgh defense is really good. Their offense is different now with Russell Wilson than it was with Fields. Are they better than the Packers? Well, they beat the Packers. They beat the Packers, so are they better than the Packers? The answer seems to be yes, right? But if you were to pick the game now, Green Bay against Philadelphia, who are you taking in that game? Right now, Green Bay's 5-2. They've scored 186. They've given up 143. They've won 3 in a row. They won both their games without Love. Are the Packers better than Philadelphia? The Bears are 4-2. Are they better than Philadelphia? Bears are interesting. They've played 6 games. They've scored 148. They've given up 101. Philadelphia scored 134. They've given up 115. So the Bears have more points scored and less given up. So are the Bears better than Philadelphia? And then you got to go to the teams behind Philly. Seattle's 4-3. The Falcons beat you, and they're 4-3. Indy's 4-3. Denver's 4-3. Tampa beat you, and they're 4-3. So where do you place this Eagles team right now in the pantheon of the NFL? I think they're a tough one to kind of figure out. When I kind of go through the teams one by one like that, if I just say the team name, do you have a quick and decisive answer? All right? Kansas City, no. Detroit, no. Minnesota, I'm not sure. Washington, I don't know about Washington. I don't know where to go with that one. Houston, I don't know. Other than Kansas City, Detroit, Baltimore, is there any other team that if I say the name, the answer's definitive? 609-403-0973. Josh, you're pretty literal.
At times, yes.
That was funny. See, you get 2 points for that one. If I say the name of the team, can you decisively give an answer if they're better than Philadelphia?
Sure.
Kansas City.
Yes.
That wasn't very decisive, but I mean,
I feel like Kansas
a decisive
City,
answer would be yes or no. And if you can't give me that like immediately, then I think that kind of gives us some better insight. That's what I'm trying to get here. You want to play again?
Sure.
Kansas City.
Yes.
Detroit.
Yes.
Minnesota.
No.
So you think Philly's better than Minnesota?
I think Minnesota has some legitimate flaws that have got exposed last week by the Lions.
Good game. Washington.
No. They're a great offense and not a good defense.
Houston.
Nah.
Baltimore.
Yes.
So far 3. Buffalo.
No.
Pittsburgh.
No. They're all defense and no offense.
Well, the offense is tough with a new quarterback.
Give me about 3 more weeks of
Russell
Wilson.
I think Pittsburgh can be reevaluated, but they are a different offense now with Russell Wilson than they were. Fields was more run around, make plays happen with your legs. Now Russell Wilson is more take some shots down the field, a little bit more play action.
Although I will say, we didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday. I thought the biggest part of Sunday night with Russell Wilson was what happened after the game. For those who didn't see, so Russell Wilson was interviewed by Melissa Stark after the game, Mike, and she went to Russ and said, hey, you know, when you were with Seattle, when you were in Denver, you had these catchphrases, you know, and he said, no catchphrase.
Nothing. He's out.
And she's like, you don't got nothing? He's like, nope.
No more affiliations to these teams. They've all let him down. Seattle booted him. Denver booted him. And he thinks that he's getting the boot soon from Pittsburgh. He doesn't want that.
But I took it as him saying, hey, I'm focused on trying to win.
Maybe.
I'm not focused on trying to come up with a T-shirt.
Well, Pittsburgh, so you're saying?
I'm saying the Eagles are better.
Okay. So far, Kansas City, Detroit, and Baltimore, you have better.
Yes.
And everybody else?
Everybody else is in the conversation because I think that the problem, for example, for a team like Washington is great offense, not a great defense. A team like the Steelers, great defense, offense, the jury is out. You know what I mean? I think for Philadelphia, if we're just comparing apples.
Minnesota, by the way, has
Yeah.
scored more points and given up less than Philly.
The problem with Minnesota is, like I said, they got exposed by Detroit. You finally saw what a
Well,
team.
Detroit's going to expose a lot of teams.
Right, but that's somebody got to make a template, right?
Yeah, but that game was 31-29. Close game. Minnesota, I thought they impressed by being in that game. Now, maybe the score was a little closer than the game indicated, but I got to take Minnesota for real.
They are for real. I definitely say they're for real, but I think that there are some flaws in their offensive game that you saw in that matchup.
All right. So let's go to Buffalo. No, Green Bay.
Green Bay, no, you already beat them.
Okay. If they played again, do you think Philly beats them?
Yes.
Chicago.
Philly's definitely better than Chicago.
I think you're laughing them off. Their defense is, to me, the difference. They're 101. They've only given up 101 points. The Bears have a very good defense. And listen, I've been tough on Caleb Williams, but as he's getting a little bit more familiar, they do have good weapons. Their problem was their offensive line was not very good. He has really good weapons there, and they're starting to play better.
Yeah, they do have great weapons. You are 100% right about that. I look at the Bears as a team that they're going to run into somebody who's going to bushwhack them.
Okay. All right. So those are the teams that are all 4-2 or better.
Right.
So only 3 of those teams you think are definitively better than Philly.
Right.
Kansas City, Detroit, and Baltimore.
Correct. Because
is there a team below?
Yeah.
Seattle.
No.
Atlanta beat you.
Atlanta beat you, but I know John McMullen doesn't want to hear this because we brought up so many times with him, but you are a drop Saquon Barkley pass away from winning that game.
That was Jeff Mosher.
Oh, it was Mosher.
Yes. Indianapolis.
Oh, definitely not.
Denver.
No.
Tampa Bay beat you. Now, they got all sorts of injury issues. I think their season's done.
Yeah, I mean, with Evans and now Godwin out for extended periods of time, they're probably going to fall apart.
Yeah, I would think Tampa Bay's days of being a playoff, talking about them as a legit playoff team.
It's a shame, too.
Yeah, it's a shame. That game last night, Godwin gets hurt late in that game when it's pretty much at bay. Michael Evans tries to make a catch, and he comes up, and he's, obviously hobbled. He was trying to play through the injury anyway. That was a tough spot for Tampa Bay last night. Chargers.
Oh, no. Their offense is – I can't believe I'm saying this. The Chargers' offense with Justin Herbert is poor.
They've given up 83 points in 6 games this year.
Great defense.
Unbelievable.
Offense can't do diddly squat.
Dallas.
Oh, definitely not. They got more drama than the Jets do, I think.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati is fascinating. I can't wait for this game on Sunday, Mike, because Cincinnati.
They are, by the way, the first of the sub 500 teams. Dallas and Chargers are 3-3. Cincinnati is the highest 3-4 team.
If you take away the record and you look at who Cincinnati is, just who they are, Mike, they are and should be a Super Bowl contender. But they had such a rough start to the year, it put them behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. How about, the rest of the group? You got Arizona.
Oh, Arizona's not better than Philly.
San Francisco.
Is San Francisco ever going to be healthy?
They're feeling like we talked about this before. Well, I talked about it at the beginning of the year. No team has represented the NFC in the Super Bowl back-to-back seasons since 74-75. It looks like that's going to play out again. I just don't see San Francisco. It just feels like one of those teams that's snake-bitten. What about Miami with Tua back?
I don't believe in Miami until I see them actually, get back. You know what I mean?
Rams.
If the Rams were healthy, maybe. Kind of, I guess.
They're getting cut back. Nakua could be back soon. They got problems on the offensive line. Then you got this other group. Okay, Raiders.
No.
The Jets. What do we make of the Jets?
The Jets are a Jerry Jones press conference away from being the most talked about team in football.
Yeah, it just, I don't know what to think of them. I thought that they were a team that had a Super Bowl level roster with Rodgers as long as he was competent. And he's been competent, and yet they still stink.
And they acquired a Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
That didn't help.
Not yet. It hasn't helped yet.
They're getting Hassan Reddick back. Is that going to help?
Are we bagging them? Are we done? They're 2-5. They've lost 4 in a row. Their defense has given up 145 points in 7 games. That's where the surprise is, because we thought they had a Super Bowl level defense,
right,
and that if they just got competent quarterback play, that they would be okay.
I mean, I got to pull up the Jets' schedule, but I got to feel like they could maybe still make a wild card.
After that, you got Jacksonville, New Orleans, the Giants, and then Tennessee, Cleveland, the Patriots, and Carolina. So you're basically saying if you're putting your power rankings together, you got Philadelphia 4. You're fine 5. You got Philadelphia 4.
I would have Philly in my 5, yes.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Where do you place Philadelphia? How many teams right now? Now we got 7 weeks in the books. We're ready to go into week 8 of the NFL. Crazy to think. How many teams do you have ahead of them? How many teams are just flat out better? Josh only has 3. I'm going, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Like, for example, who are the teams that you feel are better that I don't? Like, you like Minnesota better?
Right now, I like Minnesota better.
What is it about Minnesota you like better?
I like their defense better. I think they would give Philly's offensive problems. I think that their offensive line. See, why Philly is always matched up well with Minnesota is Minnesota's line has been a disaster. Their line is much better than it has been, and I think that helps make them a more formidable opposition for Philly. The problem in the past for Minnesota is they can't block Philadelphia, and then they get their quarterback sacked left and right every time they seem to play. They're getting to the quarterback all the time. I don't know that would be the case. I think their offense is more formidable, even with lesser talent.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm with you on the defense.
What was the flaws that came out in that game that you're saying you think Philly's better than Minnesota? Because I think Minnesota's defense is legit pretty good.
I thought the Lions were able.
Although the Lions just scored 31 again. The Lions that team's a well-oiled machine, man, on offense.
But you could argue Philly has better talent than the Lions do. The Lions are, as you said, a well-oiled machine with a great play caller. So to me, sometimes it's matchups. It's the styles make the fight. And I think that if the Lions could do that to the Vikings defense, I think Philly's talent should be able to do that.
Couple text messages, 609-403-0973. Mike, it's hard to rank teams in the NFL. I think there are 3 categories: good teams that can win it all, good teams but I don't think can win it all, bad teams. I put the Eagles in the good team but can win it all until I see better quarterback play. I think the defenses might have some holes. That's from Cole and LBI. Yeah, I can agree with that. Like, how many teams do we think can win the Super Bowl? Kansas City, Detroit, Baltimore.
After that, there's a real huge drop-off to me.
There's a drop-off. I agree, and that's what goes back to the conversation. Philly is kind of in that, I think they're in that, I guess they're in that second tier. And even Kansas City, I think we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. We're just putting them in the top tier, even though the eye test says they haven't been as good as the 6-0 record.
100%.
They deserve to be up there because of who they are, the quarterback and the coach combination. Look, if they were 6-0 playing the way they were, and you had, I don't know, Geno Smith and Mike McDonald as the coach, you probably don't feel the same way about Seattle as you do Kansas City.
No, because it's Mahomes and Andy Reid,
Absolutely.
and you give them the benefit of the doubt.
We got Mike from the Villas says, our team may be better, but unfortunately our coaching is shaky at best, and our team does not excel. Sorry, adjustments are never made. He likes the other team's coaches better.
What's interesting about that is if you like the other team's coaches better, then what you're also suggesting is that if you swapped coaches, right? So, like, let me ask you, Mike, if Kevin O'Connell was the Eagles head coach instead of Nick Sirianni, how would things be different?
I don't know. I'm going to ask Colin Thompson that. Like, in other words, if the Eagles had a Matt LaFleur or a Sean McVay or a Kevin O'Connell or a Kevin Stefanski, somebody who is thought to be, Stefanski's won 2 NFL Coach of the Year awards.
He has, yes.
If they had a different head coach, would we feel differently about this team?
And I think that is the biggest part of this conversation, because I think that some of the people's negativity about the Eagles is a reflection of Sirianni.
All right, another text message. Minnesota, Houston, and the Packers, in addition to top 3 already mentioned. Brazil game was week 1 and fluky. Eagles are talented, but not well coached.
Well, look, we heard Dan Orlovsky say last week that he thinks the Eagles are the least prepared team in the NFL.
Strong statement.
So, I mean, yes, if you go by what Orlovsky said, the texter is correct that the Eagles are not well coached. My question is, only when it comes to Houston. Are we sure Houston is well coached? Because their offense has regressed this year.
Oh, I think Houston's a disappointing team. They have been, yeah, because you definitely had higher expectations when they got Mixon and they got Diggs. But I don't know what to think of them. You know, they're missing Nico Collins right now.
Yep,
Is he that
IR.
big of a loss to them? I guess. You know, look at Philadelphia. Are we thinking about this team differently if they played a full season of games with A.J. Brown instead of him missing week 2, 3, and 4? And then one game he missed. Smith missed the game as well,
Correct.
and Lane Johnson.
Right.
So I think the Eagles are really hard to really put your thumb on, and yet they're 4-2, and they're in this conversation with these 10 teams.
Like, if I had Dan Orlovsky with us in the studio, Mike, I would love to play the swapping the coach game with him, because I think for the audience out there, I think a lot of people, they just don't like Nick Sirianni. And so I would like to hear whether it's Colin Thompson or another former player's perspective on, does swapping the coaches really matter?
Well, I'm going to ask Colin Thompson, that NFL free agent tight end. He played with the Carolina Panthers. We'll get into that conversation with him coming up in just about 7 minutes from now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe and be a part of the show. We've got so much getting into, and Colin Thompson's good in terms that he played for multiple head coaches. You know, he was with Matt Rule, then he went to Steve Wilks. Is a different head coach that big of a difference? Do we overvalue coaching as fans? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, I want to tell you, this week, you guys know it by now, the Eagles won their game against the Giants. That means the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township, has the Eagles football special. Free tandoori spicy chicken wings all week long after the Eagles beat the Giants for dine-in customers only. It's the number 2 ranked restaurant in all of New Jersey by NJ.com. They're open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30, and a special lunch buffet on the weekends from 11:30 to 3. Visit thenizams.com for more information. Get those free tandoori spicy chicken wings. Try them. They brought them in here one day. They were awesome. Awesome.
I didn't get to have any because you ate all of them, Mike.
They were all drums.
You stole them
My
all.
guy Roy over there. I said, Dr. Roy, I only want drums. I only want drums. When you go there, tell them the Sports Bash only eats drums, and that's what you want. Free drums. By the way, Earnshaw's sick again today. He's out. I think he's ducking me on the drums and the flats.
Or did he eat too many flats, and that's what got him sick?
That could have been the problem. All right, coming up, Colin Thompson, NFL free agent tight end, host of the Colin Thompson Show, and host of the Players Lounge on SiriusXM NFL Radio. He joins me next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Extravagant, luxurious, lavish. The $7 Lux Cravings Box from Taco Bell satisfies all your crunchiest, cheesiest, sauciest cravings. Indulge in a beefy 5-layer burrito, chicken chalupa supreme, Doritos Locos Taco, and chips and a drink for an unluxurious price. It's Lux for less. Get yours today at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Drinks excludes reasons. Tax extra.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
When I realized I was going to have to sign up for my own health insurance plan, I was ready to freak. But then I found Health Markets. Health Markets lays out a list of plans available to you. It's straightforward and so easy. And if you need help, they have licensed insurance agents you can speak with. Just dial pound 250 and say Health Markets. That's it. Pound 250 and say Health Markets.
Discover the advantages of real, personalized service today with Health Markets. Health Markets Insurance Agency, Inc. is licensed as an insurance agency nationwide except in Massachusetts. Paid actor per trail.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more. All at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese or bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese or bacon. You get the idea. And now get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
I'm Mike Mackler. At Goldenberg Mackler, we represent you, not the insurance companies. When seriously injured in any type of accident, call us. We'll speak with you for free and fight to get you the money you deserve. When injured, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler.
For the best lawyer, call Goldenberg Mackler with 4 convenient locations to better serve you. Atlantic City, Northfield, Rio Grande, and Vineland. Call us at 609-344-7131.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
This was a good win to get under your belt. And like for people saying the Giants are trash, yes, I would generally agree. But what we've also said is they're a tough out, and they proved that against certain teams. And, like 3 days ago, the line was Giants catching points. That's like the sharpest play. It's the sharpest play of the board. I heard a couple people say that. Well, then don't say on Monday morning that the Eagles didn't beat anybody.
Are you impressed? Are you entertained? The Eagles beat the Giants 28-3, but a lot of people, well, it's only the Giants. Should you be more impressed by this Eagles win over the Giants? And where do we put them in the pantheon? We were going through the teams, Colin Thompson. How many teams right now would you say are definitively better than Philadelphia? When I just say the name, and you could say either yes they are or no they're not, how many of those teams would you say are better than Philadelphia, who stands at 4-2, an impressive win? By the way, let's get your take on that, Colin. Was it an impressive win? Were you impressed with the 28-3 win over the Giants on Sunday?
I'll be impressed, Mike, when next week they come out with the same game plan and they really just don't care. They say, we're going to line up. We're going to put 2 tight ends in the game. We're going to put a tight end in the game. We're going to be creative and bring a linebacker in to play fullback. We're going to make it really easy for Jalen Hurts. And the problem is everyone's like, oh, easy. Jalen can't process. Yes, Jalen missed some wide open plays yesterday and throws. Mark Sanchez was going over one on Cowherd, the normal mesh pattern they run where guys have been running wide open. Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. Like, he just missed it. He was locked in on Gainwell and just missed the guy coming right into his vision. So he's still growing as a quarterback, which, right, is a part of the game and still a little concerning for being so high paid. But to your point, Mike, I'll be impressed next week when they come out with the same game plan of we are going to run the ball and we don't care about it. We're going to take simple out route throws just like Tampa did against Philly, right? And we don't care about it. And then, like, when the game gets hard, our best players got to show up. And that's what I thought it was. Instead of, like, when you watch the Eagles offensively, it's like constantly, it's like our best players got to play great. A.J. Brown deep balls and like all these like hard plays when it's like, man, some of these teams make it look easy with a lot less talent, i.e. Tampa. So at the end of the day, they can line up and play and beat anybody in this league, but it just hasn't been pretty since the Super Bowl, like I've echoed on this show multiple times. And then defensively, Mike, I was impressed. I thought what they did against that front, that O-line that's pretty good, even though they're missing their best player, the right tackle there. I liked Nolan Smith. I liked Dean. I think Bond's been a great player this year. I think their defense is only going to get better. They have the right people on the back end. I like the way they're using DeJean in the punt return game, coming in on third down. So I think a lot of positive trending things for the defense that has way less talent than how good that offense is being. I think that's why we're a little unsettled about the Eagles still.
All right. Yesterday I asked this question. Where is this team without Saquon Barkley?
Great question. I think they're probably still where they are. I do. I'm not saying Saquon's not one of the best. He's probably the best running back in Eagles history, like player. I'm not saying the most accomplished, Brian Westbrook, all these great players. I'm just saying he's the best player in that position ever to play for the Eagles. Has to be. Again, at least in my Deuce was great, but Saquon's just ridiculously good. I'm like, I think they're right where they are. And I guess I have to go through and see what it was. But like Miles Sanders, good football player, hasn't done a ton in Carolina behind a pretty good offensive line, actually. Gainwell's having success. Like they've always found ways to run the ball well with multiple backs. Swift had a great year last year. So that's not disrespectful to Saquon. That just shows you how good Stoutland and the run game are. He's huge for that team. He makes them explosive. Mike, I think they need to get under center, hand the ball off, simplify the football game. And literally, that's not a negative on Jalen. That's just how teams are winning in the league, especially when you're missing Mailata and different pieces on your O-line.
Let me ask you this then. So do you watch Jalen Hurts and say this guy has regressed to the point where he's a game manager? And is that a negative term or not?
I think he's the same he was before. That first year he struggled a little bit with the deep ball. He's pretty accurate with deep ball. I mean, there's a lot of deep balls that get completed for the Eagles. Let's be real. Now he has great receivers, but
I'll say this. It seems that the easy pitch and catch is not his forte. He doesn't feel as comfortable with something over the middle or a quick out. He feels better taking a shot down the field.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think like subjectively, like pure football. When I watch him like on the simple plays, he makes those out routes to A.J. Brown. Like, is that being coached or is that is that a part of their option? Like I thought if you go back to the Bucs game, they were taking free access throws, meaning the DBs are 6 to 10 yards off. No matter what the play is, it could be a run the other direction. The quarterback's going to abort the play and just throw the hitch or throw the out route. And we're going to take the 5-6 yards and get it to 2nd and 4 and 5. And I thought the Eagles did that this week. He can make those throws. It's not like he's inaccurate. It's not like he's sailing the ball. Like sometimes with McNabb back in the day, he would rifle that over a guy's head, right? And you'd be like, oh, what the heck, Donovan? You're like really good player. So Jalen can make a lot of throws. I think the plate's overloaded. It's like, watch Derek Carr. He's handed now again. They're dinged up, and that Saints team was on fire, and he got hurt. It's like hand outside zone, pitch it to Taysom Hill, do this, do that, just like quote unquote game manager to your point. And then when we need you to take a shot downfield, it's an advantageous situation because we've been running the ball so well. So like your O-line is highly invested in. Let's just pound the rock and then get the tight ends block and get the new fullback in there and then build the play action pass off of it. If I was a betting man, Mike, I would hammer that fullback to score a touchdown. Hammer him over the next couple of weeks. $5 probably wins you 1,000.
Colin Thompson is with us, of course, has been in plenty of training camp situations where you go over game plans. When you look at this offense, if you're sitting in that room and the offensive coordinator is trying to put a game plan together, what is this team's offensive game plan? What is their offensive identity?
I have no idea. And I think that's why we're concerned as a either media base or a fan base. We don't know what it is. I think defensively we know what it is. Like they can play some ball now. Like, yeah, okay, you miss some tackles. That's the NFL. That's football, right? These guys carrying the ball now are really good, and it's advantageous for defensive players now with penalties and all that stuff. We get all that. But I think this week we saw an identity. We were going to line up with big people, and we were going to double team. And Dickerson had a great game, and the full I thought that this week I told a guy in the gym today down here in Annapolis, Mike. He's a big Eagles fan. He played rugby at Villanova. He's like my Philly guy, and he was on the elliptical goal on my way out of the gym today. And he said, "What's the identity?" I said, "Well, no, next week, because if they could do it week to week, I believe in this, Mike. And good football teams do this. You stop us. Yes, we'll coach and add wrinkles and all that stuff." But at the end of the day, this is what we do. You stop us, and then we'll have a wrinkle off of it. I don't like week-to-week teams changing. Oh, they ran this play and beat the Giants. Now we're going to go run that play. So if they come out next week, Mike, and say we're going to have a fullback, tight ends, and run the rock and take easy, simple throws, they're going to, like to your point, they're going to separate themselves out of the muck of the NFC, and they're going to pop up into that upper echelon tier.
All right, a lot of people have been texting in. We asked the question, all right, if I'm going to give you a team, and is Philly definitively better or worse? Kansas City.
Oh, worse. I mean,
okay.
Worse.
No, that's what I'm saying. If
best team in the league. Worse. They're the best team in the league, and it's not even close.
Okay,
Worse.
if you can give a quick definitive answer, I think that tells us. Detroit.
Worse.
Minnesota.
Worse.
So you think it's definitively worse than Minnesota?
Yeah, we know what Minnesota is. Playing great defense and offensively, you got your hands full.
Okay. Washington.
Equal.
Houston.
Worse.
Baltimore.
Worse.
Buffalo.
Equal.
Pittsburgh.
Equal.
Green Bay. It's a tough one.
Yeah. I would say I would give it to Philly.
They beat Green Bay. Green Bay seems, if they played again, Green Bay looks a little bit more polished right now.
But that whole
Chicago.
NFC North is all the NFC North is 4-2. They're better than Chicago, probably just because I think their D-line and their defense can play with that offense.
All right. So they're all the teams that are 4-2 or better.
They're like fifth in the NFC, Mike, right? They're
so they're right there. So one of the things all right, you just kind of rattled them off. So a lot of people say, yeah, they're in the top 10, but they think it's the coach that holds them back. So if you had a Matt LaFleur, a Sean McVay, or a Stefanski, or somebody that's more offensive polish, would we think of this Eagles team differently?
I think it's results-based. I think the fact that he's responsible for the offense, he's an offensive guy, and your offense, as his best player, Lane Johnson, one of the Eagles' best players of all time, said the offense is constipated. Not him. That's your best player saying that. So that's concerning to me. Like, why isn't it clicking? And you have that talent. So the $1 million question, is it Kellen? It's the same offense as last year. I think they got him under center more, which is great for the Philadelphia Eagles. So recently, right? So, Mike, it's $1 million question. No one knows it. No one knows it. Is it Nick's offense? I think to me, there's a holistic or organizational buy-in of this is what we want for Jalen to do. Okay, now you go do it. Coordinator X, Y, or Z. And then Nick's going to support it. I think that would be my gut.
All right, well, you played for Matt Rule, and then Wilkes took over there. Both of them. Wilkes is a defensive-minded guy.
Yeah, Matt's like an
so-
everything guy.
Yeah, I was going to say he's more of a CEO kind of head coach. Matt would be. So did the offense or defenses change when the coach changed?
Yes. We obnoxiously ran the ball when Coach Rule left, and Coach Rule is a run the ball, stop the run guy. But we were operating under the ilk of like, you know what, we're not getting fired, everyone's good, right? We knew it was coming, but like we knew we weren't playing well. Let me say that, but we were trying to run a normal offense in the league, right? 50-50 balance. I mean, there was times there we ran the ball probably 15 times in a row. We went up and beat Seattle, who was like way better than us and doing great. Went to Seattle when Coach Rule got fired, and we beat the heck out of them, like on the road. So like it's a mindset of like, that's what I'm saying for the Eagles. And I said it in my social media clip last week on my show. When they won the Super Bowl, it was the big bad Eagles. Like I it's not to be rah-rah and frou-frou, but it's like, we got the dudes. People are dying, Mike. You talk about on your show to find healthy O-linemen. The Eagles roll in with Fred Johnson, who they've stashed on the bottom of the roster, and he's playing great. Like, you can roll in offensive linemen off the street. People would die for that. So my point is, get under center, run the football under center, build a play action pass package off of it. That's 50% of your it's 75% of your offense. On third down, keep running that mesh play till people stop it. Right? People crossing it, Dallas Goedert, Smith, they've all hit it for big ones. And then on first down, if they're giving you free access on the sideline, Jalen, abort the play, rip it to A.J. Brown for 6 yards. Like, watch the teams that have success in this league, other than Kansas City. Baltimore runs 5 plays. 5 plays. And I get at the beginning of the year, I'm down here in Baltimore. Oh, the O-line's horrible. Now all of a sudden they're good. Why? Because they run the ball and they have play action pass. And you're paying these high-paid edge rushers to say you can't rush the passer anymore. Because if you do, you're going to get kicked. You're going to get kicked out by a guard. And I know I'm running on, Mike, but it's like, when are they just going to do it? I saw it against the Giants. I'd love to see them do it next week.
Who would you say is the best offensive coach that you have played for?
Oh, wow.
In other words, that guy, do you see a difference playing for the guy that you deem to be, man, this guy was the most innovative, creative, as opposed to, I mean, you've been in New York, Minnesota, Chicago.
Yeah, so
obviously Carolina.
I'll go through them. I was with Ben McAdoo. Love Ben. He's hard-nosed, physical, run the ball power. Like, Ben was awesome. He's with Patriots as like a senior consultant. I was with Joe Brady. Joe Brady was more like, we're going to go straight line runs, or we're going to pick a matchup with our receiver and throw it to him. You can kind of see it in Buffalo now, right? It's like kind of coming together there, how Joe's kind of turned it around.
He's the OC in Buffalo.
I mean, I've worked with some great guys. Yeah, Joe Brady.
I don't think it's a slight
me,
on somebody, right? It's not a slight on somebody, but some guys are just like more creative or just a little bit have better intuition than somebody else.
Some are like, we're going to motion and shift the heck out of teams and make them line up. Look at Ben Johnson in Detroit. But they only, like the Shanahan system, Mike, that's what drives me crazy. They run the same plays. They just add a different motion and a shift to it. That's it. And you have to in the NFL. So McAdoo, to me, the Eagles have like McAdoo, Brady. Let's go. Matt Nagy, Frank Smith, who's the OC of Miami. We'll go through it quick. Giants was Ben McAdoo. Bears was he was now the OC for Miami. Then the next year was Matt Nagy and Mark Helfrich, Oregon. Then the next year, XFL, I was with Mark Trestman. I thought Mark was genius, former lawyer. He was great.
Former head coach and a good head coach too, by the way.
Yeah. And won a ton in the CFL. And then I was with, I was with Jeff Nixon, who's the OC at Syracuse. And then I was with, he was our interim when Joe Brady got fired. And then I was with, of course, everything going on in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell, Wes Phillips, Brian Angelico is a big mind. All those guys in Minnesota, Mike, they're all going to get poached. There's no way they're all going to be there next year. Like they're the coordinators on offense and defense, they're all going to be gone. Like they're just like the Rams got gutted.
Yep.
And then you got to rehire. That's what's going to happen there. Just like New England, those great places of great coaches.
You mentioned offensive
We'll see,
linemen
Mike.
getting hurt.
Identity. I want to see identity. I want to see identity. Where the Birds got the team to do it. What's up, Mike?
You're talking about all the offensive linemen. How about all the receivers getting hurt right now? My gosh.
I know, Mike. We need some tight ends to go, brother. But hey, it is what it is.
You got a hater out there. This gentleman who when I referred to you as free agent tight end, he says stop calling him a free agent. He's never playing again. Said he needs a couple tight ends to get hurt.
That's it, man. Sorry, hater. I know you probably think I suck, but I actually got a couple texts today from 2 different organizations. So, hater, sorry, pal.
Well, I try to explain.
Just checking
to him,
in.
You know. Yeah. Well, you're still a young guy.
Trying,
you
buddy.
can get to call it. You could be the next Kareem Hunt. You're just sitting around. No one calls and say, "Why didn't anybody else call this guy?"
I guarantee you, I will not be rushing for like 75 yards and leading my fantasy team to victory like Kareem Hunt. Sorry.
All right. Well, check out the Colin Thompson Show, Sirius XM NFL Radio, and, of course, right here on the Sports Bash. I was on the Colin Thompson Show this morning. You can check that out on all social media platforms. And we talked a lot of Eagles. We broke down a little bit more about the game and the different things in this offense. So check out that pod, and he'll be back next week. Eagles-Bengals, got a thought on that matchup?
Yeah, I want to see the Eagles come out. I don't care who they play and say, this is what we're going to be. This is who we are. It doesn't even matter who. Nameless, faceless opponents. This is what we are. This is what we are. And Jalen's going to make a big play. That's what they were when they went to the Super Bowl. It was like, this is who we are. We're not going to apologize for it. And then eventually Jalen's going to break free, slip off somebody, make a great throw, win a game. That's what I want to see, Mike.
Well, that matchup is
big game for the Bengals. Big game. The
say, that
deadline's
matchup's
getting
an
closer
interesting
here. Yeah, the deadline's getting closer here. So we'll see what happens.
All right, everybody, Colin Thompson here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. All right, man, we'll talk to you next week.
You're the best, Mike. Thanks.
All right, Colin Thompson, everybody, NFL free agent tight end, and, of course, former Carolina Panther, Minnesota Vikings, Giants. You got the Bears in there for a little while. Vikings was his most recent team there. You can check out, of course, the podcast, The Colin Thompson Show, on Not For Long Media. He talks a lot about his experiences in the league. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And coming up, we got so much more to do, including McMullen will join us with the latest. The Eagles have released Paris Campbell, by the way. What does that mean in the wide receiver room? There's a lot of wide receivers are going to be interesting at the trade deadline here. We already saw 2 traded. The Eagles need to target another one. They brought in Dotson. He hasn't done anything. They got rid of Campbell today. So what does that move signify possibly? And are there any changes coming? Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedorn bring you all the exciting play-by-play action. It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette, excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more. All at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead. With male breast reduction, many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your time with Dr. Lyle M. Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER. Or visit ilovelyle.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Paul George and Joel Embiid are both sidelined for the season opener. I'm told Joel Embiid is not going to play this entire week. He is progressing well in his recovery. We know he's had an assortment of issues. He is progressing well. He's going to scrimmage this week, reevaluate him over the weekend. Paul George, on the other hand, he's got that bone bruise. He is progressing to on-court activities this week. They dodged a bullet there with that bone bruise, but for him, he's going to ramp up some activity this week.
That was Shams Charania from ESPN with the news. Not a great way to start the season. Embiid and George both ruled out for tomorrow night's opener against the Bucks. You can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. He just said Embiid looks like we'll be out for the first week of the season. He just played in the Olympics. Did something happen at the Olympics that has caused this to happen? I don't understand how Embiid is not ready to go. That one is a little odd. Embiid will not only be out Wednesday, they play Friday in Toronto and Sunday in Indiana, so they will not have Joel Embiid for all three of those games. Paul George has a bone bruise. He said they kind of dodged a bullet there. We'll see if he plays in the game in Toronto or Sunday in Indiana. They just said he would be out tonight. Doesn't seem like a long-term thing. Frustrating, but as we said, some people will say, I only want him to get to the playoffs healthy. And then we'll be mad that they missed the game tomorrow night. More Sports Bash coming up.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Cincinnati against the Bengals.
Let it go, and then it's caught into the touchdown. James Brown.
When there's a question, go to A.J. Brown.
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Cybersecurity Awareness Month is still going strong, and LifeLock has a message about phishing. The scams cyber criminals use to trick victims into allowing access to their devices so they can steal your personal information. Being aware of potential phishing scams is one way to help protect your personal information. LifeLock alerts you to more uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft issues that arise. Start protecting your identity with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my first name, Clay, as your promo code. Terms apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
Extravagant, luxurious, lavish. The $7 Lux Cravings Box from Taco Bell satisfies all your crunchiest, cheesiest, sauciest cravings. Indulge in a beefy 5-layer burrito, chicken chalupa supreme, Doritos Locos Taco, and chips and a drink for an unluxurious price. It's Lux for less. Get yours today at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Drinks excludes freezers. Tax extra.
The time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
To Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year. Even 0% after 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit 24 EV9 and 6, $1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can be combined. Go to mattblackkia.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF. Rebate and incentive to deal. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Harper Township and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at SeizeTheDeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to SeizeTheDeal.com.
Seize the deal.
Home of the Sports Bag with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN. WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
They came in, they had a good plan for Neighbors, and they ran the football, and the pass rush got going, and that's a divisional game. And most divisional games do not look like that. So that was a very good start for them. I'm not saying they're back like capital B, like Super Bowl contender back, but I think they're on the right track.
Chris Long on the Green Light Podcast. He was impressed by the Eagles' win as they get ready for the Bengals now. Interesting matchup with Cincinnati. They on to Cincinnati. We'll discuss the Eagles' win, where this franchise sits right now. Both coordinators talking today. John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. And the Eagles fresh off the win. Chris Long says you should be impressed by it. John, we were looking through this before. They're 4-2. They're kind of like right there with everybody else. I don't know how many teams in your mind they're definitively better than. But does this team feel different today than they did getting ready for the Giant game?
I think it's pretty much the same. I think, I still consider them the favorites in the NFC East. Maybe Washington has creeped up, but now you have the Jaden Daniels injury you have to worry about. And that would obviously change things. They called it week to week. So if they use that the same way the Eagles do, that indicates the big matchup that everybody wanted to see and got flexed. That's why the Eagles got flexed out this week, Jaden Daniels against Caleb Williams. That's probably not going to happen, but we'll see how that shakes out. They're clearly better than Dallas. I think they're clearly better than the Giants. As far as the rest of the NFC, I don't consider them on the same platform as Detroit, but they're suffering some significant attrition. Aiden Hutchinson most notably, but now Jameson Williams is getting suspended for a couple games. So things can change drastically in this league. But right now, I thought coming in they were a playoff team that's probably going to get bounced. Either week one or the divisional round, and that's where I think they are right now. Now, I do think there's a chance to grow from that, but we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah, we were going through it. Like I said the team name, and you could give a definitive answer. And really, like Kansas City, yes. Detroit, yes. Baltimore, yes. I don't know where we are. Like Minnesota, do you think Minnesota right now has passed where Philadelphia is?
Yeah, I think they're better right now, but I don't think it's definitive. If you made me pick a team who's better between those two, I'd probably say the Vikings today. I might say something else on Thursday night. They play on Thursday night, so if they start losing. But right now, I think they're a better team, better put together.
Right, you got them. Green Bay, they've played, they beat them, but do we feel Green Bay at 5-2
no,
has surpassed
I think
them?
Green Bay's significantly better than the Eagles. I think
significantly.
I think they're significantly better than Minnesota. I think they're good. I think they're really good.
Huh.
And I think the Eagles got them early at a lucky time. I think that team's going to be a problem.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
All right. What about – well, let's go to the other team in that division. What about Chicago at 4-2?
No, Eagles are better. Chicago's much better. It's finally going in the right direction, but I don't consider them a playoff team, especially in that division.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to start getting beat up by Green Bay and Detroit, and I think they'll come back a little bit.
Well, it's funny because, we get it to a spot in the season where things have happened. Atlanta has beaten Philadelphia, but in the big picture, do you like Philly better than Atlanta?
Yeah, I do. It's a similar opposite of the Packers. I would still say the Eagles are better than Atlanta, and they should have won that game, and we all know what happened. But, I do think I would take the Eagles over the Falcons right now.
Tampa Bay, we know Tampa with the injuries right now, that's a tough one.
Yeah, for that reason. I mean, that's why, this game in a lot of ways is about attrition. And one of the positive things about the Eagles is they've had some injuries, but Jordan Mailata, the most notable recently, but he's going to be back. And, some of these injuries, Chris Godwin, obviously gone for the season. Most notable one, I would say, would be Aiden Hutchinson with the Lions. But, Tampa Bay, I would say, was ahead of them. But now I would say has dipped behind the Eagles.
Yeah, it's kind of changed the dynamic, some of the injuries in the NFC. Then you got like a group of teams. You said Dallas. You like Philly better than Dallas. What about San Francisco? What's our read with where they are right now?
Yeah, I mean, they lost Ayuk for the season, so there's another one. I have no idea what's going on with Christian McCaffrey. So if he's able to come back, sort of like a Joel Embiid situation, and you just load manage him, and you get playing well at the right time, they might still be a problem. But obviously right now, you would say the Eagles are better. But that's a team I'd put an asterisk next to and say, if certain guys get healthy, it might be a problem.
All right, couple AFC teams. Want to get your thoughts. We're trying to kind of put the pantheon together after 7 weeks. What about Houston?
Yeah, Houston's a little disappointing to me. So I'd put the Eagles ahead of them. But that's another team I think that could grow to be better. But, when they play badly, they play really badly. And I'm a little surprised that, at least 2 games where you go, what the heck's going on with C.J. Stroud? I wasn't expecting to see that, especially with all the talent they have at receiver. So right now I'm a little disappointed with Houston. I have the Eagles a slight advantage.
Yeah, we agree on that. Said almost the same thing. A little disappointed in Houston. I think we both agree Baltimore's better. What about Buffalo?
No, I don't like Buffalo, but they're in a bad division. I mean, they're going to win that division easily. But I just don't like the makeup of that roster. I think you're going to see reckless Josh Allen show up a little bit more as he tries to make something out of nothing. They did get Amari Cooper, so that helps a little bit. But, yeah, I think they've taken a pretty significant step back. The record will look good, but that's the division. The division is just abysmal behind them.
What about the Steelers? That's a tough one.
Yeah, the Steelers are good. They're always good. They're going to be above 500, but I don't think they're a significant contender by any means. They got to figure out quarterback. And if they're playing Justin Fields, no way. If Russell Wilson, and obviously he came back and he played well for one game, if he finds the, talent of youth, they could be something, but I wouldn't bet on that, so I would still lean Eagles there.
So it sounds like they're somewhere in like the 6, 7, 8 range, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it sounds about right, with a chance to move up or down, depending on what happens. So, I think right now it looks really good for the defense, but I think a lot of that is fool's gold. If you're just, placing everything and assuming things are going to carry over from playing Deshaun Watson and Daniel Jones in consecutive weeks, I think you're gonna have a rude awakening this weekend, a little bit. So, and offensively, same issues, same team. It's frustrating that they can't figure it out with the talent they have. The slow starts, it's ridiculous at this point. The starts. I mean, I don't know how you get to 4-2 and you don't score in the first quarter.
Yeah,
they're the only team in the NFL.
It's unheard of, and it's like we were talking about this earlier. I had Colin Thompson on, and I said because a lot of people, we asked the question in the first hour, where do you put this team? And everybody says they're about here, but they'd be better with a different coach. Everybody's still on the coach, and I said to Colin, if this team had a McVay or a LaFleur or a Stefanski or somebody who's an offensive-minded guy that's deemed a good play caller, is this team considerably different?
I don't think so. I mean, everybody thought Kellen Moore was that guy. Now, I know you're talking about head coach, but, play caller's play caller. If you look at, obviously, Detroit and Matt Johnson, he's not the head coach. So everybody saying, well, Kellen Moore's great. Kellen Moore's this. Kellen Moore's that. Kellen Moore had 2 number 1 offenses. So, I mean, I think the proper question shouldn't be coach. I think, if you want one of those guys, got to get a different quarterback. I mean, let's be honest. You got to play a different way, and you got to get a different quarterback. So are you willing to go down that road? Now, Matt LaFleur is a little bit different. I think he's the one of that entire group, and there's a bunch of them, that's proven that he could be a little bit malleable, when he's winning games with Malik Willis in a completely different fashion. The other guys are kind of cookie cutter, and they play the same scheme, same offense. And if they do that with Jalen Hurts, I don't think it's going to work.
John McMullen's with us, Birds 365, of course, Sports Illustrated, for more on the Eagles. Not a earth-shattering move, but the Eagles released Paris Campbell today. But I guess the question is, obviously they got Brown and Smith.
Why was he here in the first place?
Well, they got Brown and they got Brown and Smith here. The next guy, but are they a little disappointed with the rest of the guys? And as you just said, okay, why was he here in the first place? He was a veteran guy. I would imagine that they were hoping that he could have been the third guy. Maybe not. I don't know. But Dotson hasn't done anything. And how does that limit this passing game at all, that they only have those 2 guys?
No, I mean, that's pretty good. But, I think they get limited by this week is a bad week to talk about because they throw it 14 times, so nobody's getting the ball. But except A.J. Obviously, they've had tremendous success with A.J. and Devontae and Dallas, who's not here at the moment, still injured. So I don't think they need more guys to get touches. I just think they need to take advantage of the situations like the third and shorts before the 4th down conversions. It's like, take some of those check downs and get first downs. And then you don't need to convert on 4th down. Now they did, so you give them credit for that. But, it's interesting because I said the 3rd and 3 before the 4th and 3 to AJ was like, to me, it was Jalen's worst play of the game. And the 4th and 3 was his best play. So that's kind of the frustration I think you're talking about with the quarterback. You want to see more consistency from play to play. And if somebody's open on 3rd and 3, take the damn first down.
Yeah.
And he's waiting, and he's waiting, and he's waiting, looking for something better.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I talk about. You got the 2 guys you trust, but then it feels like you only trust those 2. You don't trust anybody else. And you know what I mean? Like, that's why I say, like, does that limit their options? Sometimes they have these 2 great guys, but then they don't trust 3, 4, 5, anybody else.
Well, I would add Dallas. He trusts Dallas. And it seemed like, you saw a little bit of trust for Grant Calcaterra in the Cleveland game. And even Jahan Dotson, he got the football to him, big play. But that to me, you're talking about just those types of plays, like when everybody's doubling AJ and Devontae. All right, and Jahan Dotson is open, wide open. If something like that happens, or it could be Grant, or anybody, but if something like that happens, you don't even need to trust them. They're wide open. Just take it.
Right.
Just take it. I think that's the problem. Now, I'm not asking him to throw contested catches like he's doing AJ to Jahan Dotson. That's not what he's here for. He's here to be a compliment. And, when teams are paying over attention to the stars, take the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. I think too often Jalen doesn't do that.
Right. Yeah. Well, it feels like, and you can insert team here that guys are making plays on some of these teams. You're like, I never heard of this guy before. And, for whatever reason, they get Dotson, and maybe he just wasn't the guy you thought he was. Just no part in this offense.
Yeah, well, part of it is you don't get many opportunities here. So I don't know what people were expecting. I when they made the trade, I warned people, you're not getting a lot of targets.
Mm-hmm.
So, don't worry about production, worry about impact. If a play comes to him, is he making that particular play? And he did that against Cleveland on 2 occasions. And he hasn't done it.
Like, for instance, John, like you go to Houston, they got Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs. Okay, they get a lot. I mean, they got 74 targets between the two, 100 targets between the two of them. Well, at least the third guy there, Tank Dell, has some help. He does something to help the offense out. Nico Collins has missed 2 games, and yeah, I guess you say, well, they struggled a little bit, but they didn't even throw the ball to another guy this week.
Yeah, well,
I'm just picking a team that has 2 definitive, like 1 and 2.
And games have they do have personalities. So there's sometimes where you're gonna throw for 400, and there's sometimes you're gonna run it. You're gonna throw it 14 times. So I do think, and you're one of the ones who understands this is a week-to-week league and nothing is transitive. There is no transitive process. So to all the people saying, just run it 45 times, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. When you're facing a quarterback that can actually get the ball in the end zone like they're going to face this week in Joe Burrow, if you play that conservatively, you're liable to look up and be down 10-0, and then you're like, oh boy. And you got to start doing things you don't want to do and start forcing the passing game that way. So all games have personalities, and I do think people get too focused on big games from could be a receiver, could be a running back, like it was with Saquon this week, and assume, all right, well, we'll just do that again this week.
Yeah.
And the opposite is usually because, your opponent, like Cincinnati, and I don't know, Lou Anamuro's a very good defensive coordinator. He's gotten a bunch of head coaching interviews. He might be watching Eagles film this week and says, oh, I got to stop Saquon Barkley. I don't know if that's his plan, but he might say that and, put 8 people on the line of scrimmage and say, all right, go ahead, try and run. So you don't necessarily know, but a lot of times when you have these big spike games, same thing for a receiver, the top receivers, often, the really top receivers, you're going to see one of them as well in Jamar Chase. They're going to see a lot of zone coverage, a lot of bracket coverage. And sometimes you want to get them the football, but sometimes it's not possible.
Real quick, John, they ran the ball a lot. They ran it really well. Do we see that there's still more evolution of this run game?
I mean, I don't know how it can get much better. I think the run game is not the problem with this offense. But I don't think it's been a problem since really 2021. And a lot of that has to do with the offensive line. Now, Saquon's better than Miles was and DeAndre was here. So it's even better from that standpoint. You just have a better player. But I think they've always had a good running game. I mean, I can't even tell you how many 200-yard running games they've had since Nick Sirianni's gotten here, but it's unbelievable. And this is just the latest one. So I never thought the running game was a problem. What they need to pick up is the passing part of it. And obviously the slow starts, that's a big part of it as well. But when if teams don't play heavy fronts, they can run the football on anybody. And they have been able to run the football on anybody. I mean, you look at week 2 of last season. I always point to that game because that was the DeAndre Swift game. You remember in New England, everybody was like, "Where's DeAndre Swift?" They didn't use him. It was all Kenny Gainwell. And the next week it was Minnesota, and they came in and said, "All right, you're not going to beat us with AJ and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert." And they played basically 6 guys in the box the entire game. And DeAndre Swift looked like he was, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
And everybody was really excited. And he had one more good game. He had a good game in Tampa. And then it was just like, because teams adjusted. Now, they can't necessarily just do that with Saquon Barkley because he's much better. But they've always been able to run the football.
Well, this one should be fun. You talk about Cincinnati as an offense. They're similar to the Eagles. Chase Brown, T. Higgins, they get a lot of the targets. Nobody else gets a whole heck of a lot of the breadcrumbs over there. You got a great quarterback in Joe Burrow. I think you would say that Burrow, I don't want to say you think he's better. I think you would definitively say is a better quarterback than Hurts. Then the running game probably leans Philadelphia here. They've had a lot of problems with their offensive line. Their defense has been iffy. But they kind of have to get this game, Cincinnati. So we'll talk more about that as the week goes on. But kind of a little early thought on how important this game is for Cincinnati, John, as they are 3-4 in that North.
Yeah, very. I mean, especially the way Baltimore's playing, and they're a good team.
And Pittsburgh.
And people are going to look at their record and say, Cincinnati, they're a very good team. The one issue they've had is, you mentioned the offensive line. They made a Super Bowl with a bad offensive line. That tells you how good Joe Burrow is.
Yeah. Well, and John, they went to the Super Bowl, and then they did target the offensive line. They tried to fix it, and that didn't work. And now, like Orlando Brown got hurt this week. They got injuries on that line still.
Yeah. They're one of those teams. There's a bunch of them. We talk about it all the time. Seattle had a bunch of good teams and bad offensive line. Minnesota had a bunch of good teams, bad offensive line. The Giants have been trying to fix their offensive line for a decade. I don't think people appreciate, and I think people appreciate Jeff Stoutland enough, a lot, but I don't think they appreciate him enough because there are so many teams who spend years trying to fix their offensive line issues, and people in Philadelphia just expect to have a good offensive line, and it's because it's been good for so long.
Well, we'll continue to take a look at this matchup, of course, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Check out John, of course, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, and his writing over at Sports Illustrated and here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Johnny Mack, always good, buddy.
All right, thanks, bud. See you.
I'll see him tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., 8:20. I'll be on Birds 365. We'll talk more Eagles and the Bengals as they get ready for this Bengals matchup. I was one of these people. I like the Bengals a lot. I have them as a Super Bowl contender, but the injuries that they've had and the problems they've had on defense, the running game hasn't been really all that good. Chase Brown is kind of trying to take over here for Mixon, Zach Moss, that little duo there. I mean, they're good. They're not as great. Brown has been a little bit of a surprise. They don't run it a whole heck of a lot. But, hey, this is a team in Cincinnati that really needs this game. They need the game. They have to have a win here if they want to. I don't want to say if they – look, anybody in this league now, it's so wide open. But if Cincinnati loses the game, they go to 3-5. And you got two teams in the division that both have 5 wins. You got, I guess they're still in play for a wild card, but man, they're definitely out of the North picture. Big game for Cincinnati. Philly, obviously. Washington plays Chicago this week. Keep that in mind. And no Jaden Daniels, most likely. So you got the number 1 pick, Williams. Supposed to be against the number 2 pick, Daniels. They're going mano-a-mano. You can hear that game on 97.3 ESPN. It's a big game for both teams because the Bears, if they want to win the division, look, we talked about this yesterday. The Bears are in play for the North. If they win this game, they stay in play for the North. And the Commanders, they're trying to hold Philadelphia off. So it's a kind of an interesting show-me week here with a lot of teams that are trying to kind of change the narratives on their first 6-7 weeks of the season. And you can hear it all play out right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And coming up, we've got so much more, including in an hour from now, why no Embiid, why no Paul George? We'll talk to Michael Kaskey-Blomain from 97.3 ESPN.com. Our Sixers insider is back for another season. We'll preview that coming up in 1 hour from now. But when we come back, it's this week's edition of Who's Hot, Who's Not, Who Are the Playoff Teams? I'm going to try to figure it all out next on the Sports Bash.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
For 75 years, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been the name you trust, where one call does it all. Jenkins expert technicians have been delivering top-notch service to local homeowners. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins. Need a new heating or air conditioning system, service or maintenance, or even ductless air conditioning? Jenkins has you covered. They also specialize in water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing and drain cleaning, water line, and sewer main repairs or replacements. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com today.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
It's the time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get to Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year, even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Bulletproof credit 24 EV9 and 6, 1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkia.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF, rebates and incentives to deal. Expires 10/31/24.
Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
And on Route 37 in Toms River.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Get your holidays started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, steal the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal. The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, 331 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Who's hot, who's cold on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. It's brought to you by Ace Hardware Home Service, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. The helpful team is now making house calls in South Jersey. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com and book today. Who's hot, who's cold? Who is going into the NFL playoffs after 7 weeks now? We have a little bit better resume, but do we have a better feel of these teams? I'm not sure about that.
I don't know if we have a better feel, but we just have more resume.
Do have more resume. In the East of the AFC, I'm going Buffalo.
They have proven that they are the best team in that division easily.
Easily, but I do think it's going to be more interesting now that Tues back.
You think that makes that much of a difference?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, they're heinous without him, and they're competent with him.
Competent doesn't mean they're good.
They are significantly better with him than without him.
Like right now, they are 2-4. What would their record be if he played the whole year? You think? Like, would they be 3-3, 4-2? Like, does he account for one more win, two more wins?
I think they probably beat the Colts this week.
Okay.
I mean, they lost 24-3 to Seattle. They scored 3 points. I know you say, well, 24, but I mean, they could have scored 34 in that game.
Sure. Although it was in Seattle.
They lost to Tennessee. They scored 12 points. This offense was so inept.
It was putrid, yes.
Yeah. I'll say I don't think it's a runaway if Tua comes back and plays the way that he can play. The North, it's Baltimore. It's an interesting one, though.
You can make the argument for the Steelers, but I think the Baltimore is one of the best teams in football. So,
Houston in the South. Even though, I mean, that's separated by one game. We're acting like that's a fait accompli. I mean, I just don't like the quarterback at all with Indianapolis.
You told Casey Joyner last week, Mike. You told him, you said if Joe Flacco was starting the rest of the year, you would say they're a playoff team.
Yeah. Richardson on Sunday. Now, they won the game. That's how bad Miami is without Tua.
I was going to say it wasn't because of Richardson.
Huntley went 7 of 13 in the game.
He did.
And then got hurt. Richardson was 10 of 24 in the game. He was, if you watch any of that game, he was so bad passing the ball. Now, he ran around a little bit and gave him a couple plays, but that game was terrible. The Dolphins just can't score without Tua. So, I like Houston, obviously, there. Let's go to the West. Kansas City.
Easily.
Yeah, they have like a 2.5 game lead up in the
the
West.
next best record is 4-3. There's
The
6
wild cards in the AFC, I mean, this bunch stinks.
And there's really only one that I think everyone can agree on.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is the one.
Yes.
And after that
is what are you comfortable with?
I mean, we're talking about who's hot, who's cold. The rest of these teams are cold, man. They're all on the cold side.
I was going to say they're more like lukewarm soup.
Brisk. I'm going Miami.
Okay.
And Cincinnati.
I also have Cincinnati on my list because I think of all the teams with a losing record, I like them the best.
Well, Denver has a winning record. Indianapolis has a winning record. And the Chargers are 500.
So I like Denver because of their defense. I think the defense can maybe push them across the finish line.
I consider them, the Chargers' defense is really good. Indianapolis, I just hate the quarterback. I think he's terrible.
But, Mike, the Broncos have scored more points than the Chargers. That's the crazy part.
Well, the Chargers' offense has been puke. I mean, that last night was a joke. They got like 9 tight ends on that team.
But how does that even happen? Like, you got Justin Herbert thrown for 4,000 yards multiple years. You got Jim Harbaugh, and your offense is that bad?
I mean, the Jets are more talented than every team I just said.
The Jets have also scored, 20 more points than the Chargers this year?
That AFC playoff field stinks.
It's poor.
Yeah. So I got Pittsburgh, Miami, and Cincinnati.
All right. I would take the Dolphins out, but the Broncos in.
All right. NFC, I got the Eagles in the East.
Me too.
Detroit in the North.
Detroit, you could argue, is the best team in the NFC.
Atlanta.
I'm begrudgingly putting Atlanta in there. The Falcons have finally, the injury bug has bit them too hard.
Bit the other teams.
Yeah, but the other team, my bad. Yeah, because the Saints and the Bucks are both totally washed at this point.
This one's tough. The West is rough, man. I might have to go Seattle by just the battle of attrition at this point.
I mean, Seattle is the healthier team, although Metcalf now is an issue. So,
I mean, Arizona, that win was huge for them last night. They're in the mix.
That was an ugly win, though.
But they needed it. They're 3-4. Seattle's 4-3, and San Francisco's 3-4. I just don't see where San Francisco. I mean, the running back's still out. You now lost Debo, and you've lost Ayuk.
See, my problem with Arizona is they've allowed 178 points this year. They're minus 20 in the point differential.
Yeah, their defense isn't very good. Seattle was a good team last year. I think that they are. Both them and San Francisco have scored 180 points this year. Seattle and San Francisco are both about the same points against. San Francisco a plus 22. Seattle's a plus 16.
But one team's
healthy. So I'm going to go Seattle here.
All right. It's a valid argument. I mean, I'm only going 49ers just because we mentioned earlier we're not 100% sure of anything right now. So,
wild cards.
I mean, Vikings has to be.
Vikings, Green Bay, Washington.
I have Vikings, Washington, and Seattle because I have the 49ers winning the division. But if you want to tell me that the Packers are going to have a better down the stretch than the 49ers are, I'm not going to argue because as of right now, the Packers are much healthier.
Well, I mean, the Packers are 5-2, so they do have a 2-game lead on San Francisco. So, I mean, right now, I think Green Bay might be the second best team in the NFC.
Really?
Yeah.
So who are you putting them ahead of?
Everybody else.
But I mean, like,
if they're the second best team in the NFC, I put them ahead of everybody else.
Are you saying they're better than the Lions or the Vikings?
I got the Lions number 1. Yeah.
So you have them ahead of the Vikings.
I think if the Vikings and the Packers play, and now I know they did a couple weeks ago, but that game was
that was Jordan Love's first game.
Yeah,
back.
that was his first. That was a close game too, and it was in Green Bay. So Minnesota does have that win over them in Green Bay. But I think if they play again, and they will late in the year. By the way, Minnesota plays Green Bay and Detroit the last 2 weeks of the year, and they play the Bears and the Seahawks. Their schedule down the stretch is Bears, Cardinals, Falcons, Bears, Seahawks, Packers, Lions. They got a pretty brutal stretch.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings survived that. You got to give them just a medal for survival.
Yeah, so they might not be as definitive as we think, but that's my hots. Washington, Green Bay, Minnesota. Which means some of the colds would be Tampa.
The injuries. I mean, the Chris Godwin injury looked really bad. Mike Evans is going to miss at least a couple weeks now.
I mean, Chicago's interesting. I like Chicago more than most. They've got an interesting schedule here. They've got Washington without Daniels, the Patriots, the Cardinals, that's a winnable game, the Patriots who stink, the Packers, the Vikings, the Lions, the Niners, the Vikings, the Lions. Yeah, they ain't making it. Talked myself right out of that one.
You had hope until you hit that stretch of games, didn't you?
Yep.
You were like, oh, maybe there's hope here. You're like, nope.
That's Who's Hot, Who's Cold. It's brought to you by Ace Hardware Services. Here on the Sports Bash, heating, cooling, and plumbing, the helpful team is now making house calls in South Jersey. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book today. They bring you Monday Night Football here on 97.3 ESPN. You got a double disco of Monday night last night. Which game did you watch more of?
Oh, Baltimore and
you
the
even have
Bucks.
ESPN Plus?
I do have ESPN
Okay,
Plus.
I didn't know. I saw a lot of people complaining that they don't have Plus.
See, I have Plus, but I'm one of those people who I got the bundle so many years ago that I just keep because I'm grandfathered in the price.
Yeah. Well, I had the Plus. I went to it, but I kind of I watched more of the other game. By the way, a lot of it was fantasy oriented. I was holding on I had no business winning my fantasy game, but I was leading by 40 points last night. And the guy I was playing had Derrick Henry. So in the first half, I'm dodging bullets left and right. And then he busts off for an 80-some-yard run, and that one put – well, and then Baltimore couldn't score, and he had Tucker. And then I keep looking at my score, and I'm like, this guy's just nickel and diming me. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, he had McBride. McBride just kept getting a catch here and a catch there, and he just kept kind of just needling at me all night long. I ended up getting blown out.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he had Henry.
That's true.
Henry ended up with almost 30 points.
I mean, Henry was a monster once he got going last night.
I had no business with it. The night ended, I was winning 74-36, which is horrendous.
By the way, if you had to pick between the two, who has been more important to that team this year, Lamar or Henry?
I mean, it's a tough one, but I would say Lamar just because they're not just a running team. He does throw the ball. And
5 passing touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly. I think, and by the way, we're going to get into that on the other side. The MVP odds are out, and it's a very interesting MVP race that I don't know that there's anybody other than Lamar that should be in this conversation. He's a pretty heavy favorite right now. We'll get into the MVP odds. And is there one guy on the MVP odds list that's like way down there that you would be interested in putting a couple bucks on? We'll go through that coming up next on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe and be a part of the show.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Cincinnati against the Bengals.
Let it go, and then it's caught into the touchdown. A.J. Brown. When there's a question, go to A.J. Brown.
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
The instability of our economy after this election has many worried, and stocks and bonds could be the first to collapse. Countless Americans are turning to the safest store of wealth in human history to protect their retirement accounts: physical precious metals. Gold has been a safe haven asset for generations. At Premier Gold, we specialize in helping those with a 401k, IRA, or other types of retirement accounts convert their vulnerable paper assets into physical gold to protect their hard-earned savings. Today, we'd like to send you a free gold election kit to help you decide if this is right for you. Call 606-800-8000 to claim yours. Act before the election to take advantage of the current rollover policies, allowing for a quick and seamless transfer into physical gold or silver. Don't let the outcome of this election influence the fate of your financial future. Call 606-800-8000 now. Premier Gold is not a financial advisor. Please consult with your advisor before investing. Call 606-800-8000.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Make a selection from our seasonal food menu, then unwind with one of our sensational cocktails. The South Philly Sizzle, made with Bird Gang Habanero Tequila. Stateside pumpkin pie featuring stateside vodka, rum chata, and pumpkin puree. Delicious fiery sangria. Tasty spiced apple punch, or the Campfire Mule at participating locations for a limited time. The official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. We're teaming up with Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown for a new wing flavor this football season. A.J. Brown's Sweet Heat Wings. We combine the sweet and spicy flavors AJ loves, plus a portion of the proceeds benefit the AJ Brown Foundation and its focus on empowering underprivileged youth. At participating locations for a limited time, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget Flyers Capitals tonight. It's a 6 o'clock start on 97.3 ESPN. Why are they doing the 6 o'clock start again? What's the reasoning behind that? It's like
So tonight is it's the frenzy tonight. So once a year, the NHL, every team in the league all plays on the same night. And ESPN is going to either give you the option to watch one game or whip around to every game all night long.
So it's a 6 o'clock Flyers Capitals. You can listen to the game here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, MVP right now, Lamar Jackson's the favorite, plus 225. He is the clear favorite there. Patrick Mahomes is plus 475. Josh Allen plus 500. Jared Goff plus 850. Jordan Love plus 1,300. C.J. Stroud plus 1,300. Joe Burrow plus 1,700. Jaden Daniels plus 1,700. Sam Darnold plus 1,700. Brock Purdy plus 2,000. Kyler Murray plus 2,500. Jalen Hurts plus 2,800. Baker Mayfield, plus 3,000. Is there someone I didn't mention that you would like to get their odds, or is there somebody on that list that you say, man, that's the guy whose odds I really like?
Well, the odds I would like to know is Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley is plus 10,000.
What is Derrick Henry? Again?
Derrick Henry is plus 4,000.
Okay, so I would say that either one of those would be the only non-quarterbacks I would have any interest in. Of the quarterbacks you mentioned, I think more consideration needs to be given to Jared Goff and Josh Allen.
Well, he's got 850. I mean, Jared Goff is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right?
He is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I'm sorry, too low. He's fourth, yes.
I don't like Mahomes being second. I think that's just the sports book trying to steal people's money.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't think that his numbers now they're 6-0. I mean, do they say, hey, forget his numbers? This team's 6-0, and they're not all that good.
The defense has carried them this year. That defense is playing the best I can remember in the Andy Reid Chiefs era.
Think about this. He is second in the MVP. He's got 1,300 yards, 6 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions.
Yeah, those were Jalen Hurts' numbers. Everyone will be texting us, be like, this guy stinks.
Well, by the way, he's got 8 interceptions, Patrick Mahomes does. And you look at Jalen Hurts' interceptions, he's got 4.
Yeah. So I'm saying, if Jalen Hurts had 8 interceptions, people would be like, this guy's the worst.
Hurts has more touchdowns and less interceptions than Mahomes does.
But he's a bum, Mike.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that he's playing very well, Jalen Hurts. I don't think his play jumps off the page. Mahomes, for whatever reason, and I get it, he's Patrick Mahomes.
He's name recognition.
Yes, he's got name recognition, so your point is valid. Are they just saying, hey, he's Patrick Mahomes, he'll eventually turn it around, and we'll get people to put money on that 475 because that's the best value you're going to get? Jaden Daniels, if he doesn't get hurt, he would have been an interesting guy here, plus 1,700. Look, Joe Burrow's numbers, you could make an argument that Joe Burrow numerically should be in play here, but that team being 3-4, he's got 14 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions.
Right. If Burrow, if you take out the team records, right, Burrow is right there with the other guys.
Yeah, he's played really, really well this year. Geno Smith leads the league in yardage, but his touchdown and interception splits. Mayfield has 18 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. You could make an argument that he's not high enough on the list.
Of course, then he loses his 2 receivers, and then, it all
well,
falls
I'm
apart.
saying up to this point. I mean,
Up to
right
this
now,
point,
Baker Mayfield's plus 3,000.
So of all those guys, if you had to pick one guy who would be Mike Gill's MVP.
Lamar Jackson far and away. Josh Allen, by the way, 12 touchdowns, no interceptions.
See, Josh Allen's my pick. I think Josh Allen has done more with less than any of these guys. To me, I don't think that listen, I'm partially saying this because I was anti-Buffalo coming into the year, Mike. I kept saying, who's Buffalo's receivers? Their offensive line isn't very good. The team lost, I think it was 10 starters from last year's team. Josh Allen has said, Josh Hennig, you can take a long walk on a short pier. I'm going to put my cape on, and we're going to be a winning football team.
Yeah, no, I definitely think Buffalo's been better than I thought. I mean, I don't know.
But they're only better because of Josh Allen.
Well, 12 touchdowns, and he's not turning the ball over. The big knock on him has been the turnovers over the years. Goff, 10 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's averaging 9 yards a throw, though. I think that's a big number. That's where Lamar Jackson, though. Lamar Jackson, 9 yards a pass, 15 touchdowns. He's averaging 258 yards a game, so that number's up for him as well. I think Lamar Jackson is the clear and far and away guy, and I don't know. I guess you could say Josh Allen. Josh Allen would be number 2. He right now is plus 500. Mahomes is plus 475. Yeah, I don't know if there's a dark horse in here that I really say, hey, there's a guy that you could throw some money on. Caleb Williams is plus 5,000. I mean, they're 4-2. If he somehow gets that team to the playoffs,
I think the closest thing you have to dark horse at this point is Burrow.
If they start ripping some games off, he's got 14 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He would be another guy there. Who's your MVP? It's got to be Lamar Jackson. Sports Fast Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Streaming live video on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, give us a follow, subscribe. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations. 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Football at 4 is on the way, and Michael Kaskey-Blomain, our Sixers insider, Embiid, George, how long are they out?
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedorn bring you all the exciting play-by-play action. It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com. Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like Best House on the Block trick-or-treat candy starting at $5.99.
Sweet. Don't forget, Can't Wait to Wear It costumes from $15.
Can't wait to see it. Oh, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5.
That's how I got my big toothy grin.
This week only, trick-or-treat candy starts at $5.99, costumes from $15, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, "I love Lyle" back instead. With male breast reduction, many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your time with Dr. Lyle M. Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER. Or visit ilovelylback.com.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccalilli Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccalilli Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at Piccalilli.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank God I'm a girl!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Just in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, it's never ordinary around the Eagles. They got a lot happening as they get ready for the Cincinnati Bengals this week. Adam Caplan is here from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds. Adam Caplan, of course, for another edition of Football at 4. Vic Fangio speaking earlier today. The coordinators speaking earlier today. We'll take a look back at the win over the Giants. Did we learn anything new? We saw new stuff from Fangio. We saw a couple different wrinkles from Kellen Moore. Let's start with the offense there, Adam Caplan. Did we learn anything new on offense about this team?
Question, Mike. Well, we saw the Van Sumeren situation. They're sticking a fullback in there. Kellen Moore has used a fullback before in his offense. Not a lot, but he's used it. I thought that was interesting. We saw Hurts under center. That's something that Kellen is big on. We saw this in Week 1. I mean, Week 1 was the Kellen Moore game. Like everything that manifested itself from training camp, and we saw it in the offseason. We saw it there, and then. Mike, since then, we haven't seen a lot of it. A little bit here and there the last 3 games, and then we really did see him under center. That was good to see. I think Greg Cosell had a number who will be with us tonight for Patreon at 8 o'clock. Patreon.com/InsideTheBirds if you want to sign up. Greg I think Hurts after Week 1 was only under center 11 times was the stat he had until this past game, where he was there a number of times. So that was good to see. Look, the deep passing game is there. You know it's going to be there. Hurts made an unbelievable throw on 4th and 3, like big-time NFL throw. But the same issues with him, Mike, not seeing it well. He dropped back 22 times, took 4 sacks, attempted 18 passes. There are at least 5 or 6 passes where the ball's got to come out of his hands. He waited. We saw this. It was really bad last year, Mike. His regression last year was mainly tied to holding on the ball too long, not being decisive. And we're seeing that, Mike, a lot this season. It's just something they have to continue to work through. It's just not much else we could say. The tape shows that. We've seen it. I know Jeff, I talked to Moshe earlier today. Jeff watched it. That'll be a centerpiece of our show for tomorrow. We're going to talk about it, what he saw. Again, we're going to talk to Greg Cosell tonight. I know our Patreon members are going to have a lot of questions for him. I do as well. We'll get through that. But the thing is, the protection was pretty good for the most part. Jalen's got the arm to make these throws. It's just I don't know why he doesn't do it, but the quarterback on the other side didn't do it either. He was worse, Mike. Daniel Jones was horrendous in that game. He just stared down pass targets, was not willing to throw, and Brian Daboll had seen enough. This is one of probably Daniel Jones' worst games as a Giant. Where he had made strides over a number of weeks this season, boy, he was really bad this past game. So, see, here's the thing, Mike, before we move on here. Was it the Eagles' offense good? Was it a combination of the Giants? Did they break down? Well, they didn't tackle well. We'll get the running back in a second. Or was the Eagles' defense this good, or was it Daniel Jones that bad? I mean, that's the problem with these games, Mike. You never quite know when you face a bad team what's really real and what's not. You learn that over a number of weeks. And, by the way, the Eagles don't play a team with a winning record to Week 11 again, and that'll be Washington.
Yeah, the Giant thing's tough because they are a pretty good defensive team. So,
yes.
I mean, the fact that they scored 28 points and they did it right now, they're the worst against the run in the league. And the Eagles just said, all right, well, you can't stop the run. We'll just run it all over you. But what did you see from the running back in the run game?
Yeah, Mike, it's interesting, and it wasn't that they came out running; it's that they had success, and this has been the story with Barkley: a 1-yard run, a 2-yard run, a 4-yard run, a 55-yard run. This is just the way that it's gone for him. It's every game. It seems he has this major explosive run, or he has a couple of them, and that's going to happen. And the other story, Kenny Gainwell. Look, I know people are going to say, well, a lot of this came when they were up big. But Gainwell looked good when he came in. He did a good job. He had 13 carries. Yes, some of them garbage time with the big league, but he's improved. The thing is, this is the final year of his rookie deal. This is a big season for him, and he's looked really good. This is the guy, as we first noted when he was drafted, that Sirianni pushed their front office for him, and this is his guy now. Look, they've got Will Shipley there, who's a little bit more explosive. In fact, he's a lot more explosive than Gainwell, but Gainwell is a better pass protector. He's a more accomplished running back, and they've got a really good running back room, Mike. We don't talk about that enough. We always talk about Barkley because he's dynamic, but they've got a deep and diverse group. All three of them bring something different. Gainwell's the best pass protector, by the way, of this group. And it's look, and by the way, Shipley had a lot of work in garbage time. I wouldn't 8 for 15. That doesn't really mean anything to me. But overall, the running game is really, really good. The running game right now is, I wouldn't call them a running team or a passing team. They're still trying to figure out what they are and what their identity is. But they certainly can lean on their running game if they want to, if that's what people are looking for.
Well, yeah, and you say, what's their identity? You asked the question, what would they be without Saquon Barkley? And that almost paints you into the corner of what their identity is.
Mike, they don't want to learn what it would be like without Barkley. How's that? I don't think they want to learn about that.
Yeah, 14 passes in the game the other day. 1 target to Devontae Smith. Obviously, the big throw to A.J. Brown. But, man, the wide receiver room has gave him nothing the other day. But what about the offensive line? Fred Johnson is in there. They lost Mekhi Becton. How did that hold up?
Yeah, my bad. 18 dropbacks, 14 passes. Yeah, so, what's interesting, Becton must be feeling good because he was seen outside the locker room greeting the players. He was wearing sunglasses, but he was greeting like every player like he was fine. Now we'll have to see when they get on the field this week whether he could practice, but that's a really good sign that he was good enough to be able to stand up and handle that. But boy, Tyler Steen did a really good job once again. Fred Johnson, after a slow start, really hung in there. Their offensive line did a really good job against a pass rush. I know. Look, the Giants have also had an interesting schedule. They've had a good schedule where they've piled up a lot of sacks against some not-so-good offensive lines. But, look, sacks are sacks. They've gotten the job done, but the Eagles held up really well without Mailata. And then, obviously, after Becton left with a concussion. So, you know what? The Eagles are learning a lot about Tyler Steen. We were sort of questioning, like, what's his future? But in 2 games where he's had to play off the bench, particularly the Saints game, he was phenomenal. Like, exceptional, Mike, Tyler Steen.
Yeah, I like how, by the way, Fangio today almost threw Daniel Jones under the bus when he was asked about why more sacks. He's like, well, I think Jones holds the ball a little longer than he would have liked to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then we'll get to that in a second. But just finish off the offensive line. They have to feel pretty good about their offensive line right now, particularly the depth, because they didn't really know what they had, but now they know. So, finishing off, that's the offensive line. Now, the pass rush, Mike, you have to feel good in that. I know that they face 2 bad offensive lines. We get that. We'll acknowledge that. But there's sort of a pass rush by committee. It's working. They're doing a really good job. They have to feel really good about that. To me, that's a really good sign that guys who had not been playing well at all, quite frankly, were extremely disappointing, like Bryce Huff and Nolan Smith, are getting better. They don't have a high-end pass rusher. That's not going to change. We're pretty certain of that. But by committee, if Bryce Huff could continue to play well, just don't hurt the football team. But Bryce Huff's got to be better. He's not going to be $17 million a year better, but play better, which he's doing. Nolan Smith contributed as a first-round pick 2 years ago. Jalen Carter, by the way, with his big pass rush moves that he had, some really good. I thought Mike, his power was really evident in this game, and he did a really good job there. Obviously, BG could still rush, and Moro Jomo in nickel when he comes in for Jordan Davis. So, and Jordan Davis did an excellent job against the run. The run defense, Mike, really improving. That's important because Tyrone Tracy, the rookie from Purdue, really had been coming on, and the Eagles shut him down. So, I think overall, Mike, you got to be encouraged. I know there were a number of plays where Daniel Jones could have hit an open receiver and didn't do that. And that's Vic talked about it. He was holding on the ball too long, but that That's something to see with Joe Burrow this week. We'll talk more about this on Friday's show, Mike. That's something that, and I'll be interested to see if they play more man coverage or are they going to play more zone against the Bengals. The Eagles are a zone-heavy team anyway, but they really played a lot of zone in this past game.
Well, we'll talk about the back end here because Fangio also said, why sacks? He said it's a good mix of coverage complementing the rush. So he liked that, and he mentioned, kind of singled out, Cooper DeJean in the role that he's had and Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, and the axiom has been around for, a century. Pass rush has got to be impacted by coverage and vice versa. So if you don't have a pass rush, it's hard to be a good coverage team, and that had really plagued the Eagles. People are wondering, what's the problem with the pass rush? Well, why are they giving up plays on the back end? Well, the pass rush. So now they've gotten better with the pass rush. Quinyon Mitchell continues to get better. A little bit inconsistent over the first 4 games, getting much better now. I was talking to a scout that had his area. I actually talked to the guy yesterday who said that, look, when he played man, he played off. He did not play ever press coverage. That's something he's just – at this level, you got to be able to play press. They're going to have to do that eventually. That'll come. Darius Slay tweaked that foot, and then he came out to start the second half, so that was a good sign. We'll see if he's on the injury report this week. And, by the way, Zach Bond's got that shoulder injury. That one's a concern, Mike. That we don't have any information on that one, so we'll have to see. And that if for some reason he cannot play this week, Mike, that's when we start seeing Jeremiah Trotter Jr., that's and obviously Burks too. Because you generally only play 4 inside backers. It's not sometimes only 3 depending on what the situation is against your opponent. So they're pretty deep there, by the way. And they're better. I'll say this, Mike, for the much maligned play they've gotten over the years at inside backer, they're clearly way better than they were last year.
Well, and then, Fangio was asked today about Nakobe Dean and the role that he had. I mean, they used him in blitzes. We haven't seen a whole heck of a lot. And he said, he had a good day Sunday blitzing. We'll see if they expand on that at all.
I love that. They're not a big blitzing team. Their numbers aren't really big against the blitz, but they're a selective blitzing team. They're a simulated pressure defense where they feign that they're going to blitz and they drop off. They drop off. You see that from them. So, look, this was a good game plan. I thought their coaching staff did an excellent job. Now, if Daniel Jones would have pulled the trigger on at least 10 passes, but we could have had a little bit of a different result. Eagles still would have won, but maybe Daniel Jones wouldn't have been pulled. But the bottom line is, look, they won. They're facing a team with Joe Burrow. Now, I will tell you, I'll give you a little bit of early intel that the Bengals have major protection problems for Joe Burrow. Orlando Brown, their left tackle, they don't know if he's going to play. He's got a calf injury. Marius Mims, their first-round pick, who was drafted to be a left tackle. He's playing right now because Trent Brown's out for the season with a torn patella. They have nowhere else to go. They're using Cody Ford as a left tackle. He's a guard right tackle. He's completely out of position. 3 straight weeks now, the Eagles will face a team with a bad offensive line. So, or an offensive line that's struggling. The Browns used to have a great offensive line, but not anymore. They're struggling with injury. So the Eagles have had the benefit of some good matchups here.
Adam Caplan, football at 4. Also, Britton Covey's been out, but, man, the punt returner, Cooper DeJean, is doing a nice job.
Yeah, boy, I did not hear Michael Clay today, but we have to remember Britton Covey was the NFL's best punt returner last season, so when he's ready to come back from that fractured scapula, we'll have to see what they do. But, boy, DeJean was explosive, Mike, last week as a punt returner. It's funny, before Covey, it had been a long time since they had good punt returns, but, man, they're loaded there, so they'll have to have a decision to make. And then let's not forget, Covey before he got hurt, he was getting time in the slot. And now that I guess Paris Campbell is cut, when they make that decision to activate Covey, will he be their 5th receiver? Because right now they don't have a 5th. You know what's interesting, Mike? Before we get out of here, most teams almost always have 5 receivers or 6 on the 53. You don't need to have 5. You know, obviously, if you have an injury, then you got a problem. You're taking a risk, but it's not. The Eagles have carried 4 on the 53 before. It's rare, but they've done it before after looking these things up. In fact, not only did they only carry 2 tight ends on the 53 last week. There was one week. It was 2019. Believe this or not, it was when Goddard was hurt. The only tight end they dressed was Zach Ertz, and they actually went with a 6th. They used a 6th lineman like 6 or 7 times. So the Eagles sometimes do some things that you make you scratch your head, but they've gotten away with it.
There you go. A little look back at the Eagles' win over the New York Football Giants, 28-3. They'll now turn their attention to a 3-4 Bengals team. We'll preview that with Adam Caplan for Football at 4 on Friday here on the Sports Bash. All right, Adam. Thanks, buddy.
You got it. Thanks.
All right, there's Adam. And, of course, Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. You're listening to the Sports Bash. This hour of the show is brought to you by Jersey Cal, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. Another beautiful day out there. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. Open every day from noon to 10 in Northfield and in Brigantine. So, a couple things. Vic Fangio spoke earlier today as we talked to Adam about that, and he talked about the whole pass rushing. 6 sacks the first 4 games, 13 in the last 2. Now, do I think this team has all of a sudden figured out their pass rushing problems? No, I do not. But Fangio says it's a good mix of coverage complementing the rush. But he did admit Daniel Jones had to hold the ball a little longer than he would have liked to, and it gave the guys a better chance and more time to get home. And I think that was a big part of it. So he said what we're all thinking. Jones stinks, and that's why they were able to get to the quarterback a lot. But he did admit that he is calling more blitzes. He said, look, we're calling them at the right time. And then you got like Nakobe Dean. He said he had a good day Sunday blitzing. I was really happy with the way that he did. He said, he's timing them really good. So are we going to see more of Nakobe Dean kind of coming off the edge, coming through that A-gap, all that kind of stuff? Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, the 2 rookies that we discussed. Cooper, I think they've done a really good job of moving him all over the place. They're playing a lot of zone with him. He tackles, right? That's one big thing. He makes a tackle. He flies around. He's a great athlete. He makes tackles. Quinyon Mitchell, I think, when you watch him in one-on-one man situation, Quinyon this kid can play. He is a player, man. They got a cover corner who's tenacious. He wants the challenges, so that's good to see. The other guy that I think you got to, give a little hat tip to, all right? A little hat tip to that we've been tough on is Bryce Huff, and he said, look, he got more opportunities because there was more passing opportunities. But Nolan Smith, Bryce Huff, can one of those guys take that next step as this season goes on? If one of those 2 guys can start to, separate, or I don't know if they separate together, it sounds to me, though, that Fangio, he said, I think Nolan Smith in particular has continued to improve as this season goes on. He's not a big guy as edge players go per se, but he did win on the rush the other day where it was more of a power type of rush where he has to incorporate more into his game, and that was good to say. He said, Huff, we had more passing situations, and that allowed him to play more. So just kind of whistle and wave to Bryce Huff's game. But it sounds like he likes what Nolan Smith brings to the table, so that's going to be something as we move forward here. The other guy that he discussed that I think that kind of stands out a little bit here when you think about we go back to Nakobe Dean. The other guy that he brought up, somebody brought up Roquan Smith that you watched last night if you watched that Baltimore game. And he said, you ever talk to Nakobe Dean? Brock Booker is the reporter who asked the question. He said, you ever talk to Nakobe Dean about Roquan Smith? Because Fangio coached Roquan in Chicago. They both went to Georgia. And Fangio says, no, not really. But you wonder if Fangio sees a little bit of Dean and what Roquan Smith did for him in 2018 when he had a big year for him down in Chicago. And if they can utilize Nakobe Dean better as a blitzer than they have been using him. Now, last week you got the first kind of taste of it, I think. And I think that will be interesting to see did Bob Brookover come up with an idea for Vic Fangio. Like, hey, you know what? That's not a bad idea there, Bob. Maybe I should go watch how I use Roquan Smith. Are they similar type of players? You watch Roquan Smith, number 0 last night. He makes a pretty big impact for that Ravens defense. And then there was Kellen Moore today. And you listen to what he had to say, which is why, the fullback package. Where did that come from? He says 2-back offenses, sometimes there's value to it at various times. We just felt like there was an opportunity to utilize it in this game Ben Van Sumeren's a guy going back to high schools. He's been a ball carrier, so he's played in the offensive side before. So sometimes it starts as more of a fun experimental aspect, and then it might torment to serious over the course of training camp in the season. We'll see where it plays out. Every week you're trying to find out what gives us the best opportunity to be successful. His effort in the run game, he's had juice and energy go, and I think it was a real benefit to us. Go back and watch. I think he played like 4 or 5 snaps, and 2 of those snaps, he absolutely blew up the linebacker on the play, and I think he was in the game on that 41-yard run for Barkley, and he was in the game for a big run for Gainwell as well. So that is something, and they used him going counter right and then back to the left, bang. I mean, I thought those 2 play designs with him as the fullback were good. So I'm glad that he acknowledged that that's something that could possibly be a bigger part of the offense as they move forward here. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Streaming live video on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. We got so much more to come, including the news today from the Philadelphia 76ers, who open their season tomorrow night. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. But 2 names you will not hear in that game tomorrow night, Joel Embiid and Paul George. They have both been ruled out. It looks like Embiid will be out for at least the first 3 games. Paul George undecisive here on his time period. Could be 2 games, could be 1 game, could be all 3 games this week. The Sixers play on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, and you can listen to those games on 97.3 ESPN. Sunday's game will be on Rock 104.1, so make sure you check your listings for that. We got so much more coming up, including our Sixers insider, Michael Kaskey-Blomain, is back for another Sixers season at 97.3 ESPN.com. Make sure we get ourselves prepared for the matchup and how they're going to maintain this. You know, Nick Nurse was asked today, hey, what do you make of this? Why isn't he ready to play? You knew opening night was coming. How do you not have a plan ready? He says, I don't know what to tell you. Are we already at their wits' end? Is he already at his wits' end with this Sixers team? That's coming up next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend, so they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Good morning, Doctor. Doctor? Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like Best House on the Block trick-or-treat candy starting at $5.99.
Sweet. Don't forget, can't wait to wear it costumes from $15.
Can't wait to see it. Oh, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5.
That's how I got my big toothy grin.
This week only, trick-or-treat candy starts at $5.99, costumes from $15, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first, before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Kick off the holidays with the perfect tree from the Home Depot and enjoy free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday season, subject to availability. Visit homedepot.com for details.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles will be on the road Sunday facing Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Philadelphia 4-2 and have won back-to-back games, while the Bengals started 0-3, but they've won 3 of their last 4. But they have not beaten a team with a winning record. Saquon Barkley, 3rd in the NFL in rushing yards, as the Eagles have the 2nd-best rushing attack in the league. NHL, the Flyers are home tonight, hosting the Washington Capitals. Philadelphia looking to snap a 4-game losing skid after a 3-0 loss to Vancouver Saturday. This will be a home-and-home with the Capitals. The two teams will play in D.C. on Wednesday. NBA, the Sixers opening up the regular season Wednesday night, hosting Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks. Both Joel Embiid and Paul George have been ruled out for Wednesday's opener. Embiid did not play at all in the preseason due to knee management, and George had a bone bruise last week against the Atlanta Hawks. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. One more warm day coming up tomorrow before the bottom drops out and temperatures turn cooler and more seasonable again. It'll be comfortable tonight with clear skies, low temperature 56 degrees. Tomorrow mostly sunny and a bit cooler and breezier, high of 76. Slight chance of a shower Thursday morning, then early clouds give way to afternoon sun. Breezy and much cooler Thursday, high down to 65. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Seize the deal. You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
I think it's important to point out he is not injured. He did not get injured playing for the Team USA. This is part of the preparation for the season, and the best I think the Sixers can say is that he's not ready. I think, Perk, they're being transparent in what they're saying. I don't think they're covering it up. I just think it's as simple as he's not ready. Now, you can criticize why he's not ready. That's fair, but I don't think they're covering anything.
That was Brian Windhorst earlier today, said he thinks the Sixers are being transparent with Joel Embiid. Paul George will miss the game as well. No Embiid Friday either or Sunday. He is out for all 3 games. Michael Kaskey-Blomain is back for another season covering the 76ers for 97.3 ESPN.com. And he joins us now as the Sixers get ready to open the season tomorrow, Michael. But how surprised are you to hear today the news they announced already? No Embiid, no Paul George for the opener.
Yeah, Mike, that's definitely a bummer, obviously, for a team that has so much hype and expectation surrounding it heading into the season. I think the Paul George news is not especially surprising given that, tweak to the knee that he suffered during preseason. Obviously, I think they were going to bring him along slowly. I think the Embiid news comes as a little bit more of a surprise to me personally, and I think a lot of the other both fans in Philadelphia and media members. There's been no, as far as we've been told, there's no new injury to Embiid over the offseason. He hasn't necessarily exacerbated anything. It's kind of just some lingering issues from that knee injury that he had over the, last season and over the summer. So, I think it's a little bit of a surprise. I think obviously, the long-term view is the main goal for the Sixers here, and that's the lens they're operating out of. But I do think you'll have a lot of disappointed fans in the Wells Fargo Center tomorrow night to watch the Sixers without their two top guns.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Embiid played in the Olympics. So what would be the reason in your mind why he is not ready to play not only tonight, the entire week?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest surprise, Mike, because like other people have pointed out, it's not like this date snuck up on anybody. October 23rd home opener has been set in stone on the Sixers calendar for quite some time now. And you would think, barring any sort of a setback, which again is nothing we've heard from the team or the organization has indicated any sort of a setback or new injury, you would think he would be good to go. But, maybe they're kind of just trying to get this fan base and the team set for what's going to be, sort of a trade-off that they'll have to accept this season where, the goal is to play into May and June and ultimately to get out of that second round, which is something that they haven't been able to do. And, that might mean that on some nights, games that Paul George isn't going to be available, Joel Embiid's not going to be available, and it's going to be a bummer to the paying audience and the people that are in the crowd. But at the same time, all Sixers fans have been clamoring for is getting out of the second round, getting to an Eastern Conference Finals, and this is the Sixers, kind of way of trying to make that happen. So it's a trade-off. It's probably going to be a bummer for a lot of different nights during the season when some of the top dogs aren't going to be available. But, they're operating, trying to keep Joel healthy as possible for the playoffs, and I guess they think this is the best way to do that.
Right. Michael Kaskey-Blomain covers the Sixers, 97.3 ESPN.com. And, of course, Sixers open tomorrow night. No Embiid, no Paul George. We'll get into George a little bit, but the answer today from Nick Nurse, I mean, kind of read the tea leaves here. He's asked about, well, why isn't he ready? I don't know what to tell you. I mean, almost sounds like he's like, dude, I want him to play. He wants to play. But do you get the same sentiment or what?
Yeah, definitely. I also got the sentiment that he was already a little bit annoyed at the line of questioning about Embiid's health. And that's a tough place to be when the season hasn't even started yet, because that's going to be a consistent question that he's going to have to be dealing with. I think he's been, very plugged in. This is a, kind of a top-down plan that they've developed for Joel, from what I've been told and from what I've been able to gather since media day and throughout training camp and preseason play. It's a top-down thing. So everyone is kind of on the same page. But at the end of the day, it's not Nick Nurse making this decision that Joel is going to play or isn't going to play. We saw this with Doc Rivers. We saw this going all the way back to the Brett Brown days. The coach kind of just finds out from, the training staff, the front office, and things like that, if he's going to be available or not. Obviously, I think Nick would like to have Joel available for the opener and as much as possible. I also think he's well aware of how important it is to keep him healthy. So I think it's a situation where, there's probably going to be a little bit of annoyance on the part of Nick Nurse, but at the end of the day, it's all in the name of keeping him healthy long term.
So they said it's not a new injury. They played in the Olympics. He was fine. Then he went to training camp. Nothing seemed to happen there. Do we take them at their word for that? This has been a team that has had some interesting conundrums when it comes to injuries in their past.
Yeah, I think you have to at this point, Mike, unless you really are going to take the stance that the team is hiding something from the fan base and that they've been able to keep it under wraps from not only us, in the local media, but national media, newsbreakers. There's been no peep, no sound of any sort of a new issue with Embiid. they've maintained since, the first time we got to talk to any of them at media day, it was laid out pretty clearly at that point that there was going to be, a lot of restrictions on Joel. It's going to be a different situation. So for now, I think we have to take the organization at face value and at its word, and that, nothing further has happened to the knee or to Joel, and that it's just the beginning of what's going to be a long season of, injury and pain management.
Michael, Paul George, obviously we saw him get injured. It was reported that they kind of dodged a bullet with this. I mean, do we anticipate that he'll play this week, or do you have more concerns that if he's not playing tonight, that he might not be ready, who knows when?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that Paul George misses a handful of games to start the season. It's not, to me, it's not something that's concerning in the long term, other than the fact that, you signed Paul George at 34 and gave him a 4-year max deal, knowing the injury issues that he's had recently in the past, and also knowing, he's not getting any younger. There's a lot of miles on that body already, a lot of injury issues. So the fact that, he's already dealing with a new injury issue that popped up in preseason that puts his status for the beginning of the season in jeopardy, not an ideal situation. Wouldn't be shocked if he was sidelined like Joel for the first 2, 3, 4 games, but I don't think it's something that's worth, long-term concern. More just kind of a bummer for the first week of the season for people that were really excited to see him in that number 8 Sixers jersey.
All right, so no Embiid, no George, and obviously this is going to be happening a lot. We're going to see, Embiid already said, I'm not playing back-to-backs maybe ever again. Paul George has had some injury issues. When Embiid did not play last year, they were the best team in the league in the regular season with him. When he went out, they were barely a playoff team. Probably wouldn't have been a playoff team if they had to play with him. Are they more equipped now to play without these two guys?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I do think you can say that confidently, and I think that was a priority for the front office over the offseason, making sure that there was enough ancillary pieces around Joel that, when he misses what's going to be, anywhere from 15 to 20 to 25 games this season is my guess, in terms of if he's not playing back-to-backs, already missing some games here and there. They're going to be out without him for a good chunk of the season. And I think they knew that. And I think, obviously the one signing that everyone will point to is Andre Drummond, as a guy that can just come in, fill that starting center role, provide rim protection, rebounding, 2 areas that they really struggled with when Joel was out last season. That one signing kind of addresses, several of the big issues. And then other guys, bringing back Kelly Oubre, bringing back Eric Gordon, Tyrese Maxey taking another step. I think they have enough pieces on offense that they can keep the team afloat. But at the end of the day, we're getting into another season with the Sixers here, where it's for a lot of fans, it's a talk to me in April situation, talk to me in May situation, where, it doesn't matter much how well they do during this regular season, as long as they're in that playoff picture. It matters how they're holding up and if they're healthy come April and May. And for now, we don't know how that's going to shake out. All we can do is, hope the Sixers have this plan in place that will indeed get them to the playoffs as healthy as possible.
All right, MKB, no Paul George, no Embiid. So what's the lineup look like in your mind tomorrow night?
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting. I mean, obviously you think you slide Drummond into that starting center spot. You got Maxey in there. I think Kelly Oubre will be the, starting in there. Probably Eric Gordon at shooting guard would be my guess. And then you got Caleb Martin probably in that power forward spot. So you're looking at a starting 5 of Maxey, Oubre, Gordon, Martin, and Drummond, which, isn't terrible on paper considering the 2 guys that you're missing. Certainly think it's an improvement from the lineups that we saw them roll out, in Embiid-less games last season. And, another point with this is just how much is going to be on Tyrese Maxey's plate this season. We've seen him take major steps every year in terms of growth and development in his game. And I think they're going to need him to do it again this year. He's going to be the one, consistent guy out there. Embiid's going to be in and out. George is going to be missing some games. Maxey's going to be that one guy that this organization is relying on night in, night out to, go put up points and put this team on his back. So I think he'll have a great opportunity to, further his own career and take another step forward this season.
Yeah, they added all these pieces. You almost wonder who are the odd men out here. I mean, it almost feels like they have too many guys that you're like, well, I can see that guy play, I can see that guy playing, I can see that guy playing, but you can't play them all. I mean, where are some of the questions that you have?
I definitely think it's fair to wonder how much Jared McCain is going to see early on, which I know a lot of fans are pretty eager to see him play out there. Nick Nurse has preached consistently how much he values development and how he trusts the G League and how he trusts practices and things like that for some of these younger guys. Obviously, I don't think we're going to see Bona much at all. I think McCain's a fair question. Other guys, KJ Martin, I think is an interesting piece. I think we'll see him get a decent amount of a run there in that backup unit. Reggie Jackson's a guy who's on the depth chart is probably that third point guard when you're talking about Maxey and Lowry. So it's fair to wonder if he's going to see consistent minutes. But, having a lineup as deep as the Sixers is, on paper at least, is something that I think a lot of people in Philadelphia have been clamoring for in recent years. And it's probably a good problem to have when you have potentially too many guys that could contribute, as opposed to, think in the past with previous Sixers teams, they've had the opposite problem where some of the guys, a little bit further down the bench aren't necessarily role player caliber guys in the NBA, where this Sixers team, I think they have a lot of those guys, and that should help them in some of these situations when the star players are sidelined.
Yeah, because you figure you got Kyle Lowry, Reggie Jackson, Eric Gordon. You mentioned McCain, so maybe McCain's kind of the odd guy out. Ricky Council, does he have any role? But Reggie Jackson, people forget, he's been a pretty valuable veteran presence on a lot of teams. So what kind of role does he have? Gordon, we know, is a shooter. McCain, who shot the ball well in preseason. People forget Lowry's here, so you got that guard kind of logjam there. When George comes back, does Oubre or I don't know what happens. I guess Oubre and George probably start. Maybe Gordon goes to the bench. And then you got Gershon here, too. I mean, another guy who's kind of interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, I think all these guys can contribute, and I think all of them, it's kind of a cliche thing to say, but I think all of them will have an opportunity over the course of the season. I don't think that staying healthy is going to be, necessarily limited to George and Embiid. I think they're going to want to keep this team as fresh as possible, considering, kind of the age. This is certainly not one of the NBA's younger teams. When some of the guys we're talking about are, my age and older: Eric Gordon, Kyle Lowry, Reggie Jackson. These guys are getting up there in NBA years, and, to keep them healthy, I think you're going to need all of them to play different parts. So throughout the year, I think they'll all get an opportunity. Early on, I think we'll see a lot of the familiar faces. I think Kyle Lowry will get a good amount of minutes in that backup point guard spot. Oubre, I think we'll see a lot of playing time, even when George comes back, whether or not he's in the starting lineup. So, it'll definitely be interesting, and it's not a bad problem to have. I think the front office, did a pretty good job over the offseason in that regard.
Yeah, it almost seems like they've had an overstock of guys, and they can kind of pick and choose when they want to rest guys.
Yeah, exactly. Which again it's a good problem to have, but at the same time, it's a little difficult. You want to have your rotations kind of set. You want to get good, vibes and grooves going on with the guys out there. So it's going to be a lot of juggling, I would say, for Nick Nurse this season. So hopefully he's well versed in doing some juggling.
All right, tomorrow night, of course, Sixers open the season. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. No Joel Embiid. They'll play Toronto Friday and Indiana Sunday. Embiid will be out for all three of those games, and then we'll see if he's back for the Wednesday night game against Detroit. We'll see on Paul George as well. The season opens tonight. Has anybody closed the gap or caught Boston?
It's tough, Mike. On paper, you want to almost say the Sixers. I think they have the most talented lineup in the Eastern Conference, at least on paper, again, outside of Boston. The Knicks are obviously playing tonight against Boston in that opening night, and I think that's a team that a lot of people have their eyes on after the moves they've just made. Just traded for Karl Towns recently, brought in Mikal Bridges over the offseason. Julius Randle shipped out. Dante DiVincenzo's gone. So, that's a team that shook things up in a pretty major way after a successful season last year. And I think that'll be, another team that a lot of people will be expecting big things from. But when you look at the East specifically, I think the Celtics are kind of in a class of their own, a head and shoulders above everybody else. But to me, on paper, I think the Sixers are right there as long as they can stay healthy. And then in the West, I mean, you have a lot of these same teams. I think, the Nuggets should be there again. Jokic, Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter. I think although that team will be right there again. Mavericks made the finals last year, made some moves over the offseason. There's, to me, it looks almost as wide open as it's been in recent years, especially in the Western Conference and the East. I think the Celtics are the clear favorites again, and down from that, there's a lot of opportunity for teams to, make something happen.
All right, man. Well, another season is here. We hope to have plenty of coverage for the people out there here on 97.3 ESPN. Man, I don't know. The Paul George signing, we'll see how that kind of reinvigorates a fan base that really, as you said, we'll see in April. We'll see in April. We'll see in April. Is there anything this team can do from now till then to win people over and get excited about them?
Unfortunately to say, Mike, I really don't think so. Obviously, unless they go out here and they're just absolutely dominant throughout the course of the regular season. But given these restrictions and injury issues that we've been talking about to their key guys, I don't really see that happening. I think this is a team that's going to be, fighting for positioning, hopefully in that top 4 in the Eastern Conference. And, maybe if Jared McCain comes out and gets some minutes and shows that he could be a real valuable piece in a playoff rotation, which seems like a stretch at this point, I just think it's at a point with the Sixers team and this lineup where it's, talk to me in the playoffs. As long as they're in that picture and get to there healthy, I just feel like the fan base is kind of waiting to see if they can take that next step.
All right, listen to it all unfold right here tomorrow night, 7:30, the tip, Sixers, Bucks. No Middleton in the game for Milwaukee, by the way. 97.3 ESPN. Of course, Friday night we'll have the game as well. MKB has the coverage over at 97.3 ESPN.com. All right, my brother, it's good to see you again.
You too, Mike. Looking forward to another season.
All right, man. There's Michael Kaskey-Blomain, MKB, the real Mike KB on Twitter X. You can follow him over there. And here on the Sports Bashes, of course, he'll be back for another season of Sixers basketball coverage on 97.3 ESPN. We'll have everybody back this year for more coverage of the Sixers. We also have the Sixers tomorrow night taking on the Bucks. No George, no Embiid, but we'll see how it all unfolds. We got plenty more to go, including in the 5 o'clock hour, One Thought Every Game with Casey Joyner. By the way, probably Hudrick tomorrow to preview his thoughts on the Sixers season. So we'll do the Sixer guys will be kind of getting back into the mix here. Durso on the Flyers tonight. They play at 6 o'clock, so about an hour and 15 minutes until the puck drops against the Capitals. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. Casey Joyner, One Thought Every Game. This hour brought to you by Jersey Cow. Man, what a beautiful day the last couple of days have been. Perfect for ice cream. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cow, Northfield, and Brigantine, 2 locations for ice cream every day, open noon to 10. They got great flavors over there, by the way. They always do a great job kind of incorporating them by the seasons, so check them out at Jersey Cow. We've got so much more to go. One Thought Every Game, Casey Joyner in 13 minutes. Stick around.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedorn bring you all the exciting play-by-play action. It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Is your home ready for the season? Worried about rooms that just won't stay warm this winter? Call Jenkins Plumbing and Heating today to ask about a new energy-efficient system from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning or a Mitsubishi ductless system. With generous financing options through South Jersey Gas or Atlantic City Electric, plus additional savings through rebates from your local utility companies. Upgrading your system could also help lower your utility bills. Call Jenkins today or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil Night. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and
2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code KIND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Extravagant, luxurious, lavish. The $7 Lux Cravings Box from Taco Bell satisfies all your crunchiest, cheesiest, sauciest cravings. Indulge in a beefy 5-layer burrito, chicken chalupa supreme, Doritos Locos Taco, and chips and a drink for an unluxurious price. It's Lux for less. Get yours today at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Drinks excludes freezers. Tax extra.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us. So make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more. All at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
452 Sports Bash. Casey Joyner next hour. One thought every game. Got Sixers starting tomorrow night. Now listen, a lot of people being critical of Joel Embiid. I would say this. You want to be critical of Joel Embiid, you have every right to be. I have no issue with anybody being critical of Joel Embiid. But the same people will complain that he doesn't play in the playoffs or he's always hurt in the playoffs. So now they're trying to take measures to not have him be hurt in the playoffs. And now we're complaining about that. So can we just let the damn season play out before we're saying things like this guy's soft or this guy's this? He's the best player that this franchise pretty much has ever had, and all we do is bitch and moan about him. Like, what kind of – if they play him tomorrow night, what is that doing for this season? How is that changing the outlook of this season? So they don't think he's ready to play. I don't know why. I would say this. I would rather that he played in the Olympics than he plays tomorrow night. I think what he got from playing for the Olympic team is way more valuable. Listen, if you have been someone who has been critical of this team and this organization and Joel Embiid, no problem with that. They have completely bungled so many things. But if you want to change something, tell Embiid to go play with those guys. Joel, do me a favor. Go play with Team USA and learn how to win. Go get around those guys and come back a different guy. You go hang around that group of guys, Steph Curry, LeBron James, all that group of guys, go there and hang out with those guys for a month. Maybe you will come back a different guy. Maybe you will come back with a different mindset because whatever we've been trying to do has not worked. Now, maybe they're going to the extremes to take this guy and make him healthy. Should he play tomorrow night? I really don't care. Do I need to see Joel Embiid to play? What am I getting out of seeing? And that's the problem with sports today. We are so overly protective. But what gain do they have playing him tomorrow night? What do they gain from having him play tomorrow night? If they don't think he's ready to play, who cares? Now, you would say, I'm paying to go. Okay, fine. I get that. You could be critical of Joel and the team all you want. But then don't be the guy that complains that he's not healthy come playoff time. Don't be the guy that says, oh, he played on opening night. We didn't need him then. We need him now. Well, they're trying to appease you. All right, buddy? They're trying to appease you. But I stand by. I would rather him play for the Olympic team. And maybe something rubbed off on him being around those guys. One thought every game. Casey Joyner joins me next.
Series on ESPN Radio.
This is the greatest October rivalry in baseball history.
It's a star-studded showdown between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the New York Yankees. It all begins with Game 1 in Los Angeles. Game 1 of the Yankees and Dodgers.
Listen to the World Series Game 1. Friday night on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins after Sixers basketball.
Brought to you by Shore Physicians Group. Be well connected. Visit shorephysiciansgroup.com.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend, so they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Football season is here. Do you have your picks in on Sleeper? Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and you could win up to 100 times your money. For new users, Sleeper will even match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. Just download the Sleeper app today and use code MONDAY for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code MONDAY. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit Sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to MattBlattKiaNJ.com for more details. That's MattBlattKiaNJ.com.
it's gotta be a
Matte Black Kia.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, celebrating football season with special new menu items. The Kelsey Combo, created by number 62 himself, a handcrafted barbecue burger, world-famous crab fries, and an ice-cold garage beer. Our incredible jumbo soft pretzel, Chicky style, with a heaping skillet of our own in-house crab dip, and our delectable sweet heat wings, where a portion of the proceeds go to the A.J. Brown Foundation. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Our new menu includes our boneless wing special every Monday. Buy a single order of our mouth-watering boneless wings and get a snack order of boneless wings free. Every Tuesday and Wednesday, it's buy one, get one free snows. Buy any number of delectable snow crab legs and get the same amount free. Plus the Kelsey Combo, tasty buffalo fried shrimp, seafood pasta in our famous Sicilian or red sauce. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station, serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. One thought, every game, Week 7 in the books. It was a painful one for some. Mike Evans out till after Week 11. That was just announced. Looks like Chris Godwin out for the year. Tampa Bay, boy, they had a rough night last night. Not only did they lose the game, they have changed the complexion of their team moving forward. We'll get one thought on every game, on every team. Casey Joyner from The Athletic is back as we take a look at all the games for Week 7. We're in the books. We're heading to Week 8, but not before we look back one more time with one thought. Every game with Casey Joyner from The Athletic here on the Sports Bash. He's brought to you by Cooper University Healthcare. We're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore, and let's get Casey's take on what we saw from the Eagles' offense. They ran the ball with great success the other day. They went over 250 yards. Big day for Saquon Barkley. Gainwell had a big day. Is this a running team now?
Get sacked a lot of times, 3 sacks in the first quarter. So it's like I'm thinking, what are you guys doing? This is the game plan said run the damn ball, and that's what you needed to do. And they finally got it together and said, you know what, maybe we should run the football. And look what happens when they do. Mind you, Hurts only throws the ball 15 times, but we run the ball 45 times, 269 yards is great. What I loved about it was they found creative ways to attack the Giants' perimeter. They had a play in I think it was the second quarter, the first long game by Saquon Barkley. They pulled the center to go for a power play, to go kind of pinball kind of power play over to the boundary side of the field. You never see the center pull, and you usually don't run power to the short side of the field. And they're doing that sort of stuff and catching the Giants off guard because of it. A lot of little creative subtleties like that. I'm like, that's what you guys need to keep doing against a lot of teams, because that's the kind of thing that you could do better than anybody else.
Yeah, they only threw the ball 14 times, but it still seemed to be struggling when they do throw. They had the one big play to A.J. Brown. That's a 4th and 3, too. So you go down the field, one-on-one coverage there. But it's just hey, the style of this game dictated run the ball. You said they don't stop the run, the Giants, and the Eagles just said, we'll take what you're giving us. Or when you watch their pass game, is this a team that's still going to struggle passing the ball moving forward?
Yeah, I didn't because you can't pass block well enough. If you can't pass block well enough, it's going to be a problem. What did Belichick say last night about the Ravens? He said that Baltimore's problem is if you get them in obvious passing situations, even though Jackson's developed in a passer. They can't really throw the ball because they can't pass protect well. The Eagles aren't pass protecting well enough. If you can't pass protect well enough, you can throw dink and dunk throws. You can't throw vertical passes. Mind you, 4 vertical passes. The one play to the Browns, a really great pass. They dropped the ball in there. It's really good, but still 4 vertical passes. You didn't need the vertical game. You're going to need it at some point in the Eagles, I think. But again, you got to run the ball and use that as a counterpunch. Because again, if you're throwing the ball deep on 4th down, they're not expecting it. Great. Then find times when they're not expecting it. And that's when you got to go vertical. You got to go vertical. Because I think if they got into obvious passing situations like that, I think it's going to be a lot tougher for this team. Even though they have the talent in the receiving corner, the quarterback, I don't think they can pass block well enough.
All right, let's look at what they did, on the defensive side of the ball. Vic Fangio today was asked, why 13 sacks the last 2 weeks? Now, he kind of opened up and said, well, Daniel Jones held the ball really long. That helped out. But are they doing anything different? Is he getting more comfortable with the personnel that he has?
I think they are doing. They're doing certain things. They're doing certain type of blitzing things. Certain type of. In fact, they had one play, a sack on Jones, where he got past the first rusher, but he still held the ball. But then a late blitzer came in to get him. I think they're realizing that sort of thing. To where what I think they're getting at is they know they've got certain types of pass rush, and you got to figure out as a defensive coordinator, how much can I get out of my front four and how much do I have to get from extra? Because you got to get the pass rushing. Where can you get it? I think Fangio struggled with that early on, trying to figure out, okay, I think I might be getting enough from here, don't from here, and I got to get that balance. And again, in this game, and again, the Giants might not be a very apt comparison because they're a really bad pass blocking team, but I think this is the game when they figured, okay, they found that right balance between what they need to do to get the pass rush. So I want to see the team against better competition, but hey, when you face the Giants, you're supposed to get a lot of sacks, and they did.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cleveland, the Giants, did we learn anything more about this Philadelphia team? They're 4-2. They feel like they're, I don't know where you put them in the pantheon. We were trying to discuss this earlier. Where do they kind of fit in? The wins haven't been against, they did beat Green Bay in the opener there. I mean, so I don't know. Where does this team at 4-2 kind of feel?
I don't know where. Let's say general managers will take a look at a team after every 4-game stretch and say, okay, it's where they are. So in the middle of the second 4-game stretch, and again, what you like is that they're finding, okay, hey, guess what? We can run the football. Yeah, you should have already been trying to do that. Hey, we can rush the passer. Even if it gets against bad pass pocket teams, you're supposed to do well, and they did. So that suggests when you get up against good pass pocket teams, you can still get some pass rush success. I think Fangio's getting more comfortable with what he's doing. I still think that the Eagles as a whole, if I had to say anything about them, is you need to decide what kind of team you want to be, because this game said you should be running the ball and to take as many sacks as it did in the first quarter. I'm like, I know you guys might be setting things up later, but you can't just give up the first quarter and say, hey, we're going to try and set everything up the rest of the game. That quarter counts too.
Casey Joyner here from The Athletic, looking back at that Eagles win. I want to get your thoughts then on Hurts. Some people look at Hurts and saying he's regressing. He's taking a step back. He hasn't turned the ball over the last 2 weeks, but they're not asking him, I don't know. People are kind of torn on what he is and where he's going. From the guy in 2022 that was an outstanding player, the guy last year was a good player. Where is that player now?
That's the thing, because you got it now. They've got Barkley, so you don't need Hurts to be a cornerstone of your ground game. I mean, it helps. I mean, he did, run the ball some in this game. He ran the ball. He had 7 carries for 22 yards. Got a 16-yard carry, 2 touchdowns again. But 2 of those are the tush pushes, and he had another tush push thing for first down. So I mean, it's not you're not utilizing him in your ground game. And the Eagles have to answer. They have to do it again. They can look at Baltimore. I've saying this a few times now. They can look at Baltimore as the blueprint, because Jackson used to be just a run first quarterback, and then they said fine. And now, as we've seen last night, we've been seeing recently, he can be, if they need to be a pass first team. They can't, they don't want to get in obvious passing situations, but they can get him in a lot of situations. Say, hey, 2nd and 6, we can go ahead and throw the ball. We know you can get completions and things. I think Eagles are still trying to figure out to say, okay, we don't have Hurts running the ball. What kind of passer do we want to be? Do we want to be straight drop back passer? Do we want to do dink and dunk? Do we want to do all these things? And they're not sure where they are with it. And they kind of got to make that call, because you can't change your identity as a team week to week. You can change your game plan and go, okay, we're going to lean on the run and fair matchups, but you can't change your identity. And I still think Eagles are trying to figure out their offensive identity. Defensive side is starting to figure it out.
All right, they play the Giants, of course, with a 28-3 win. They'll go on to Cincinnati. We'll talk more about that on Thursday. Cincinnati, another interesting team, 3-4. You had higher expectations. Injuries have been a problem. Everybody's got injury problems. The Eagles have their share too. No Mailata. So we'll see, as we'll talk about that one on Thursday. when we do one thought on every game. But let's look back at week number 7 in the NFL. One thought every game. We go over the pond to New England and Jacksonville. Jacksonville is on the schedule next week for Philadelphia. That game got demoted from the Sunday night game to a 4 o'clock game. But, hey, Jacksonville looked like they got their mojo back there in England.
They did. That's the thing. They get to spend a week over there. So now they don't have all the time adjustments and all that. They're already there. So that's a really big advantage for them to play the second game in a row there. But the big thing out of that game is the Patriots, how bad they look. I mean, when your coach is starting to go public and call your team soft, and then Belichick comes out and says, no, they're not soft, that's an ugly look. I think that the Patriots are starting to fall apart. That win against Cincinnati is looking more like an anomaly. The Jaguars, it's nice there, but come on, can you guys do this at home? And this is something you should beat the Patriots by 16. Let's see if you can keep doing it.
Did New England find a quarterback, though?
Yes, they did. They found a quarterback they could build on from that. Yes, they absolutely have found a quarterback. But if you've got a soft team, a quarterback helps a lot. But if you got a soft team on defense, he can only take care of so much. They need to fix that softness issue. Because that softness issue, I think what the coach is saying is, hey, if you don't think your team is putting enough effort, does that reflect on you as the coach? I mean, he's got to answer that.
All right, one thought every game. Seattle now, the top team in the NFC West with all the injuries there. They get a big win over Atlanta, who's the top team in the South, and there's a lot of injuries there. So Seattle beating Atlanta, this one could be a big one down the road.
It could be, and that Seattle wants to run the ball. I mean, it's McDonald, it's Mike McDonald, he's a Michigan guy, he's a Harbaugh guy. I want to run the football. They still haven't really gone that approach, and they're going with Geno. But I mean, the thing is, hey, you've got it. Okay, you've got Metcalf scoring a touchdown, you've got Fant playing well, you've got Lockett, you've got Walker catching the ball, you've got Smith and Jigma not doing so well, but you've got guys who can catch the ball. When Seattle gets to be able to run the team I want to be, that's going to be really good for them. And Atlanta is, they're not soft, they're a lightweight. You're trying to go with athletic players, and when you go up against power football with lightweight players, you don't win games, and that's what's happened to them this year.
One thought every game here on the Sports Bash with Casey Joyner. Tennessee, obviously, they're falling apart here. Buffalo, though, they're trying to pull away in that division there. They win 34-10. Josh Allen yet to throw an interception.
Yeah, and Amari Cooper, 4 or 5 for 66 yards and the touchdown, and that's his first game of the offense. If they can get him to be where he needs to, where he can take over, he doesn't have to be Stephon Diggs, doesn't have to be that productive, but he can be close to that productive. That moves Coleman and Shakir back to where they need to be slotted as far as your workload. You can get Kincaid back. They've got Cook. Finding Ray Davis is a good backup running back, a guy they can rotate in. This is a team that could be on the ascension. We're about their defense a bit, but when you play in Tennessee, defense isn't so much problem.
All right, one thought every game. Looking at week 7 in the NFL, Casey Joyner, Battle of Ohio, Cincinnati, not like crazy impressive, but they found a way to win over Cleveland, who now obviously turns the page from Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, who knows who they're going to have at quarterback. It looks like they're not going to go Thompson Robinson. They might be bringing in, they signed somebody else. They're going to be playing 4-string quarterback. They're going to be, hey, with Tua coming back, Cleveland's got the worst quarterback room in the league right now. And Burrow, they've not played very well in the past game. We'll talk about it later this week, but they've not played as well of late. And but the Bengals are getting a much better defensive effort, and that's what won them this game.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to Houston and Green Bay. Houston a little disappointing. Green Bay is now starting to turn it on. They're 5-2, 24-22 over the Texans.
Jordan Love makes throwing touchdown passes look really easy. 3 again this week. Those too many picks, though. 2 interceptions isn't going to get it done. They've got, I mean, look at it. They got Dobbs 1 week, Wicks another week. They got Reed 1 week. They got Watson. I mean, they've got so many good receivers on that team. But look at the thing that stands out about that game is Houston. C.J. Stroud, 10-21 for 86 yards. I mean, you've got Diggs, you've got Dell, you've got some talent in your receiving core, and you're going to throw for 86 yards. I know Green Bay's got a really good defense, but that doesn't speak well for Houston. If they don't get that fixed, that's going to hurt them later in the season.
Yeah, let's go to one thought every game. This one's Miami and Indianapolis. I mean, Miami just can't do anything offensively. They look to get Tua back. Indianapolis, inept offensively as well, but just enough to beat the Dolphins 16-10.
I still don't. I mean, I get you need to get Richardson out there, 10-24 for $129, and you got Flacco playing as well as he has. Rotate them. I mean, do something. Make your offense better because they should have beaten Miami by more than they did. But for Miami, when Tyreek Hill gets 2 targets, 1 reception for 8 yards, and Waddle gets 1 reception for 11 yards, you've got to do a whole lot better. With Tua coming back, maybe they can have an offense now. But I mean, this Dolphins offense has been the worst in the league the past couple weeks.
One thought every game. Let's go to maybe the most entertaining game of the week. Detroit, Minnesota, 31-29. And, Minnesota's at home here. Detroit looks like they've pulled away as the clear favorite in the NFC.
They have, and it says something for they get in too many shootouts. And the thing is, though, they've got so much offensive firepower, they can get into shootouts. And Minnesota nearly wins the game, but they can't afford to get into shootouts because they just don't have. Addison's good, and they've got Jones, and they got Jefferson. They've got some really good players. They're just not quite built to do that. I think Detroit has built their team to where you have to get a shootout. They've got the type of roster that can do it, and Minnesota's not quite there yet. So I think this shows where these teams are and where they're going to be later in the season, assuming no injuries.
One thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. Vegas and L.A. L.A.'s in a tough spot. I mean, the injuries have mounted for them. They might get cut back. It looked like they could get Nakua back soon here. Vegas is a disaster. This game was ugly.
Yeah, there's thoughts that maybe they think about trading Cup. Is it possible that, because their season's kind of toast, and I don't know if that speaks to the future of the team and things, but I mean, the Raiders, Minshew, O'Connell, and now you're going. I mean, there's so many teams with terrible quarterback. It's like we talk about run the ball. Why do you run the ball? Well, when you're these teams, because you don't have any choice. This is just awful quarterback play. I mean, I get that they can get some things done. But Minshew threw 3 picks and 34 attempts. You just can't do that in today's NFL. And the Raiders, if they, with their quarterback situation, they may end up as the worst team in the league.
All right, one thought every game. Go to Carolina and Washington. I think Carolina will be the worst team in the league, but there could be a battle for it. Washington goes for 40 without Jaden Daniels here.
They do, and mind you, they get the interception return, they get the pick six early on to go ahead, and that's the thing. It's Daniels is a really good quarterback. Okay, I mean, a really good rookie, and he's good, and I think he's going to be a fantastic quarterback in future years, but. This is the game where Washington said to the league, hey, you know what? We know it's Jaden, and we know it's him. It's not just him, this whole team. They just released a Davis, a linebacker that were drafted in the first round 2021. I mean, they don't care what your draft stock was. They don't care about any of that. Or can you produce for us right now? They're one of the most focused teams in the league. And I think if they keep going on this trajectory, they're going to be a dangerous playoff team. You're not going to want to see the Commanders in the postseason.
All right, NFC East, watch out. Of course, the Eagles and the Commanders will play down the road here twice. Marcus Mariota came in that game and actually looked competent. Kansas City, San Francisco, a rematch of the Super Bowl. But Kansas City has their own injury problems. San Francisco's got bigger injury problems.
It's Ayuk now. Are they going to get CMC back anytime soon? They need it. But the thing is, Purdy, when he gets put under some sort of pressure, he can get rattled. That's why – it's one of those situations where he's Garoppolo-like, and that he could look great for a bunch of the time, and then you get him under certain situations, throw 3 picks like he did. That was one of the key differences in the game. Mahomes is not playing very well, and the Chiefs, I know they're undefeated, but they need to get a better receiver in there, and they need to trade for Cup if they can. I mean, they need a big upgrade there because they're doing it with smoke and mirrors. But when San Francisco is banged up and a mistake prone as they were in this game, that's how the Chiefs get the win.
All right, one thought every game. The Jets, they had Adams. It didn't seem to help. Pittsburgh changes quarterback. That jump-started their offense.
It did. Hey, they're up 15-6, the Jets are, and they're like, all right, this game they've really got a good hand on this game. They've got a really good defense. They've got Breece Hall. They can probably run the ball. I know Pittsburgh got a tough run defense, but at that point, you're thinking, boy, this is it. And then Rodgers throws that pick, and it's like it took the air out of that offense. I took the year out of everybody around him, to out of the defense, because from that point on, they get outscored 31-0. I think the Jets are one of those. And Rodgers comes out the next day and he's blaming the media. You guys are the reason we're bad. Okay, you can say that if you want, but it's one of those things where it's a lot of you're already getting finger pointing right after the first game with Adams. It's one of those things where that's part of the reason the Jets lose. They don't have the culture and the Steelers do, and that's why they win that game.
All right, a couple games last night. Baltimore, Tampa Bay, 41-31. Mayfield has a big game. Henry doesn't do anything in the first half. He ends up with 170 yards somehow. But Baltimore looks like they've put themselves in the next tier. In Tampa Bay, a lot of injuries, big problems moving forward.
Yeah, and when the Bucs are up 10-0, you're thinking, wow, this and they're driving, and that's the thing. When Mayfield throws that interception, I'm watching the Manning cast last night, covering it for the live blog for The Athletic, and I was watching the Manning cast because they get really good insights. And the Mannings are saying as Mayfield is scrambling around, they're like, Eli's like, throw the ball away. And then when he forces the pass into coverage, they're all shaking their heads. It's Belichick and the Mannings are all like, what are you doing there? It's the kind of defense you can't force a play into. And he did. And that's the thing. That really is what caused Lamar's not making those sorts of mistakes. And we come out last night, Henry runs for bucks. Lamar Jackson threw 5 touchdown passes. It's incredible that what this offense can do on both sides. But I'm looking at the Bucs going, they were already having some problems before that. Now, when you lose all receiving core and things, they've got a 3-headed backfield. They're going to start using it because I don't know if they're going to have the receiving core to keep getting into shootouts like they have.
All right, and then last night you had a late night while you were sleeping. Maybe Arizona, are they a factor? All of a sudden they beat a very good Charger defense. Their offense is wretched. They scored 15 points. They don't even have 90 points on the season. Arizona 3-4. That NFC West should be interesting.
Yeah, Justin Herbert, the ultimate empty calories game. 349 yards, but no touchdowns. It's just all dink and dunk throws. And he's getting some bigger throws too. But when it comes down to it, they can't get things done. They're having ridiculous kickers kicking 5 field goals. You can't have that in the NFL. The Cardinals though, every week they're one of the toughest teams to pick because they're going to play hard. They're going to play to their talent level. Their talent level is not that great. And frankly, Kyler Murray is showing again, he can't complete vertical passes. Marvin Harrison, a great week too. Okay, guys, 3 for 21 yesterday. They don't have a vertical game, but they're going to fight you with everything they've got. And the thing is, the Chargers, they've got this limitation. But you go to their house, it's one of those things where this sort of thing can happen to you if you don't play up to that level. And I think the Chargers might have thought this was going to be an easier game than it was.
All right, one thought every game, of course, is back on Thursday as the Thursday night schedule gets underway with an interesting one. Minnesota is at the Rams. Can the Rams get healthy and make a little noise in the second half of this year? Can Minnesota? They got a brutal schedule. The NFC North have not matched up yet other than, last week they played. We'll see what Minnesota looks like the second half of the year. Some interesting show-me games that we'll preview with one thought every game on Thursday's edition with Casey Joyner from The Athletic here on the Sports Bash. All right, Casey, appreciate it, bud.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, there he goes, Casey Joyner. And, of course, he is brought to you by Cooper University Healthcare. They're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore. One thought every game. Just a couple quick thoughts on some of these games real fast from Week 7, just to kind of close the book on Week 7. Atlanta has to now be the favorite in the South after the news today just came down that Mike Evans will be out multiple weeks here. Godwin out for the year. I don't know how they stay in the race with those injuries. New Orleans already has those injuries. They're playing without 2 of their receivers. So that division looks like a disaster right now. Atlanta, they're in the lead, and they're 4-3. So this is not a great division right now. You got that North division with all the teams with 4 wins or more. They all have to play each other coming up here. You got a bunch of inter-division games in the North. The NFC West right now, Seattle, Arizona is in second, San Francisco third, and then the Rams. Can the Rams get healthy? They said Nakua, is he back at practice?
They opened his practice window. He was at practice today.
All right, so that helps them a little bit if they get Kupp and Nakua back. Are they, they're 1-4. They become a factor in that division that really doesn't have a runaway. What are they, 1-5? 1-4 or 1-5?
I thought it was 1-4. Let me pull it up again.
All right, 1-4. Yeah. So can they get back and be a factor in that division as well? We'll see. And then, of course, the NFC East. You just heard what Casey Joyner said. No one's going to want to play Washington the way they're playing right now.
2-4.
2-4. Okay, so 2-4 for the Rams. If they can win this week, now they're playing Minnesota. You're going to start to see games that have tie-breaking conversation. You don't think about them early in the season as much, but now you're like, okay, if the Rams win this game and get to 3-4, and they would have a win over Minnesota, start to think about tie-breaking stuff, all that stuff, as we get down to, these teams go through 4 out of 5 where they have to play really tough teams.
Yeah, like, for example, right now, the Atlanta Falcons, they don't just have their 4-3 record overall, Mike. They're 4-1 in the conference. So the Falcons, thanks to the winner of the Eagles and other teams, they are going to own some significant tiebreakers if they keep having such a good conference schedule.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Streaming live video on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. We got Big Three coming up. We got Sixers tomorrow night. We got Flyers tonight. Flyers, man, they've had a rough start of things. Their schedule's been brutal. They were flying all over Western Canada. You know, they played Vancouver on Saturday at home, and Vancouver was sitting at home waiting for them. You know, the Flyers have been on the road, and it's like, hey, what are you doing at my house so early? Well, we've been sitting here waiting for you. What took you so long? So the Flyers' schedule has not been kind to them to start the year off, but hopefully they can get back on track. 6 o'clock puck drop in about a half an hour from now on 97.3 ESPN, your home for Flyers hockey.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Kids, work, running errands, sitting in traffic. Life is busy. Shore Physicians Group wants you to take time for your health. Shore Physicians Group offers the highest level of quality, compassionate care close to home with convenient locations in Margate, Marmora, Mays Landing, Northfield, Ocean City, and Summers Point. Life is busy. Take time for your health. Visit shorephysiciansgroup.com and make your appointment today.
The instability of our economy after this election has many worried, and stocks and bonds could be the first to collapse. Countless Americans are turning to the safest store of wealth in human history to protect their retirement accounts: physical precious metals. Gold has been a safe haven asset for generations. At Premier Gold, we specialize in helping those with a 401k, IRA, or other types of retirement accounts convert their vulnerable paper assets into physical gold to protect their hard-earned savings. Today, we'd like to send you a free gold election kit to help you decide if this is right for you. Call 606-800-8000 to claim yours. Act before the election to take advantage of the current rollover policies, allowing for a quick and seamless transfer into physical gold or silver. Don't let the outcome of this election influence the fate of your financial future. Call 606-800-8000 now. Premier Gold is not a financial advisor. Please consult with your advisor before investing. Call 606-800-8000.
Your business needs a network it can count on. Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
With Progressive, you get more than savings. You get access to us through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
Oh, I see what you're doing here, Jamie. Giving me all these ways to stay in touch so I have no excuse not to. Well, you're in luck, because this guy's in the market for a new BFF.
Actually, all our customers can contact us this way.
Oh. Yeah, no, I was just kidding.
But I am always up for Taco Pizza! Jigsaw!
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get your holidays started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, steal the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal. The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability. See homedepot.com/delivery for details.
At Complete Care Health Network, their new men's and family health professionals facility in Williamstown offers preventative health screenings and primary care for the entire family with a focus on men's health. Schedule your appointment at CompleteCareNJ.org.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers home tonight as they take on the Washington Capitals, looking to snap a 4-game losing skid. Flyers coming off a 3-0 loss Saturday to Vancouver. This is a home-and-home. The two teams will play in D.C. on Wednesday. Philadelphia ruling out both center Joel Embiid and guard Paul George. Embiid did not play at all in the preseason. He will not just miss Wednesday's game, but he will be delayed in his return for up to a week. Dealing with a knee injury, George will be reevaluated later this week after a hyperextended knee, leaving him a bone bruise against the Atlanta Hawks. Eagles on the road Sunday as they take on Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Philadelphia 4-2. They've won back-to-back games, coming off a victory against the Giants. Saquon Barkley third in the NFL in rushing yards. The Eagles with the second-best rushing attack in the league. Cincinnati started the season 0-3, but have won 3 of their last 4. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection, now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL collection drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Towns Point of Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. One more warm day coming up tomorrow before the bottom drops out and temperatures turn cooler and more seasonable again. It'll be comfortable tonight with clear skies, low temperature 56 degrees. Tomorrow mostly sunny and a bit cooler and breezier, high of 76. Slight chance of a shower Thursday morning, then early clouds give way to afternoon sun, breezy and much cooler Thursday, high down to 65. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
5:30 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. We'll have details on 99 bottles on tomorrow's show. We know we're going to be at Mud Hen in Wildwood. We know when, where. We'll start to get the rest of the registrations. If you remember, every Friday during Happy Hour Friday, we signed up about 40 people who came out and said hello at the events. They got automatic entries into this year's 99 Bottles party. So the spaces are limited, and we will open up the phones and get you guys all qualified. We'll have details on that starting on tomorrow's show here on the Sports Bash. But right now, it's today's edition of the Big Three.
Mike, let's stick with the football for a minute here because before we get to the Sixers stuff. So we have been talking about, remember last week, Dan Orlovsky dropped that little nugget and Sal Paolantonio advanced it saying the Eagles are not running Kellen Moore's offense. Well, on the Green Light podcast, Chris Long and Bo Allen, two former Eagles, were talking about their theory about what is wrong with the Eagles not scoring points in the first quarter. I want to get your reaction to Chris Long's theory here.
Obviously, Kellen Moore, you have a first 15 that you script.
Yeah.
How has it been so dry? I'm so confused by it.
Because I think Nick might be involved in the first 15. Listen, I'm not like, hey, I said, good job, Nick. This was a really good week. But if he's in that meeting when they're writing up the script, he needs to get out of that meeting. Yeah. And let them do what they're doing. Now, that's a big if, but that to me is like the first 15 does not look like the rest of it.
No.
And that's supposed to be your best plays.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then you got a problem. I mean, I think this is where you almost have to get the owner involved to say, listen, we hired this guy. We've had problems. Let him do his job or you're not going to have a job. Simple as that. I mean, if you're watching this and you're the front office, you can't be happy with what you're seeing.
No, you can't, and especially considering the fact that, this is an ownership in front office that, remember, was mad at the Eagles years ago when they ran the ball in Green Bay on Thursday Night Football, and they won that game. The fans loved it. So where is the people who hired Nick Sirianni, who hired Kellen Moore, coming in, Nick Sirianni admits, John McMullen has confirmed with you, Mike, that the owner meets with the head coach every single week.
Yeah, I don't know how that gets by then. I mean, to say, Nick, what's going on? Why aren't we? You got to figure. Listen, it's like when a PR guy preps the coach for questions that are going to come. You got to know if you're the owner, if you're the coach, you're going to the owner. The owner's got to be asking the question, Nick, why are we struggling? What's going on? Well, Nick, stay out of them. Stay out of the first 15 plays. Let Kellen Moore do his job. And that's not to say, I'm not trying to be critical of Nick, but he's trying to almost justify that I have to have a role on this team, and I'm going to put my head in there.
And now we have heard not one, not two, but 3 to 4. These are multiple former players, Mike, are all saying the same thing, that this ain't all Kellen Moore. That's somebody else's hand. Remember Sal Palantonio even said, there's influence coming from somewhere. Sal was even saying, look, even if it's not Sirianni, somebody has their hand in the cookie jar here, and it's not just Kellen Moore. So how can this organization keep letting this happen?
Don't know. I'm surprised it's gotten this far, honestly. The fact that we haven't heard more about, that they haven't been pressed a little bit more about this. Why? Why is this happening? Are you involved? Are you not involved? You said you've called some plays. You suggest what's going on? What is your involvement in this offense?
I mean, Kellen Moore was asked one question about it today at his presser, and he gave a very politically correct answer, to say the least. It was very much we're trying different things kind of answer. He didn't really give an answer, Mike. And now I was just sitting there like, come on, man. Like, I get one question I'm looking for in this entire conversation with the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, John McMullen actually asked the question today. He says, I'm sure it's frustrating for you, but the slow start is still there. The first quarter issues are there. I'm sure you're working on it. You guys are working on it, but it's the problem. There's no other theme, or is it? Have you focused on what the issue is? And Moore says, yeah, not something you feel great about.
Right.
Obviously something where hopefully we can get there, sooner rather than later. That just it's been one of the biggest aspects of us, just as we can start fast. Usually the second or third quarter we get rolling, we find a groove, but we just got to find it faster. He says, my focus on how to create that rhythm from us from a game plan, schematic standpoint, and find that rhythm for us. So, yeah, we're solid. But on the flip side, the previous question was you lead the league in 40-yard plays, 40-plus. So they got big plays more than anybody in the league, and then on the flip side, they can't score in the first quarter. It makes no sense.
Yeah, then the problem is the guy with the name Big Play nickname is on the other side of the ball, so that doesn't mean no good either.
Big play Slay, yeah, and he hasn't had any big plays either.
Exactly. Mike, speaking of players and podcasts, so I sat myself and made myself listen to the Podcast P podcast with Paul George and his Merry Men. Not the name of the podcast, it's just my slander at it. And I wanted to hear what Paul George had to say about his injury. And I thought he brought up a very interesting connection between his current injury, Mike, and a previous injury that he had.
When it happens in LA, I had to wear a brace. Like my leg or my knee was unstable. This one I feel totally fine. Like I feel like my knee's stable. Everything is stable. It's more so just bone on bone. It's tough to heal bone on bone action. So
you're doing therapy right now?
Doing therapy right now, making sure everything checks out right.
I mean, I don't know what to make of that. He could say whatever he wants. I mean, I think the Eagles.
You don't take any positive vibes from that?
Yeah, sure. It feels better. He feels much better. I'm just saying, listen, we're at the point where people keep criticizing this team for their playoff ineptitudes. And then we are being, they're not healthy. We can't get to and now people are being critical because the guys aren't playing tomorrow night. I think this is completely out of the hands of the players and the coaches. They're not going to let these guys influence them anymore. Listen, you're not playing. I think that's what it's coming down to. So he might be able to play tomorrow night, and they're probably saying, you know what, it's not worth it. It's frustrating. It sucks. But this is where sports have gone, and you know who we can blame? The fans. Blame ourselves because we don't care about the regular season. We have caused this problem, and now we want to complain about it. This is what you've asked for. You've asked for these players to be healthy, and now the teams are being overly, players don't play in the preseason. Why? Because when they played in the preseason and got hurt, you criticize the team for playing these guys. Why would you play him in a meaningless game? And then you say, well, I want him to play in a meaningless game. You can't have it both ways.
By the way, they did bring up the fact that apparently Paul George got a lot of criticism on social media for playing in the preseason and then getting injured. This is from the podcast with Paul George.
Why he showing out during preseason? But hey, he got to do it. He won that new
I don't know
team.
no other way but to go hard in preseason. People ask, like, coach asks, like, you want to play? Like, yeah, but like, I don't know no other way but to go hard.
I feel like these guys, like I talk about this all the time. It's when you're at this level of competitor, you don't know any other way other than just go hard. Like, I'm on the court, I'm playing. They could go down and play in a street pickup game, and they're going to play hard. I don't know, like, we want them to play, but we don't want them to get hurt. And then we don't want them to get hurt, but we don't want them to play. I mean, you can't – there's just no right answer here.
Well, it's
you
like
can't –
I was going to say, I don't know if you saw the press conference with Tua Tagovailoa yesterday, but he was saying that people were asking him at the press conference, like, aren't you afraid of getting injured? He's like, dude, I can get injured getting out of bed in the morning
right.
if I step the wrong way.
McMullen has said it on this show for years. You can't legislate injuries. You can get hurt doing anything at any time. The problem is we want to pick and choose when we don't want guys to get hurt. And therefore, well, we want you to play preseason games because you got to get ready for the season, but we don't want you to get hurt in those preseason games. You could get hurt practicing. Being in practice is no different than playing in a game. You're still running and cutting and jumping and doing all the things you would do in a game. You're just not doing it, I guess, as hard. I mean, yeah, he just said, I don't know any way else to go other than hard in a preseason game. So is he not going hard in practice? Like, you can't legislate when you're going to get hurt. You just don't know. And the problem is, if the guy gets hurt in a preseason game, you're then being criticized for playing him in the preseason game. You can't win.
No, you can't win. And I think that's what makes the comment from Kendrick Perkins today on NBA Today a little bit, frustrating to hear, because I understand where he's coming from with his frustrations with the Sixers and Joel Embiid and Paul George. But, Perk should know better, Mike. In my opinion, he should know better than to make this comment about the Sixers organization, Joel Embiid and Paul George and all these injuries.
This is why I don't trust the Philadelphia 76ers. This is why they're not high on my list. Look, I trust a thief passing around the collection plate in church more than I trust these guys right now, just because of this situation right here. We're talking about opening night, and Nick Nurse he didn't give us an explanation. He didn't give us no information.
Yeah, Nick Nurse didn't seem like he wanted anything to do with that conversation today.
Yeah, this was this is not the beginning, but this was the end of people kept following up on Nick Nurse because they were asking him, don't you have any explanation? Like, Nick, come on. Like, this is opening night, and this was Nick's answer.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to you, right? In practice, he's looking good. He's progressing. He's not quite ready yet. He'll be ready pretty soon. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. He's like, guys, come on, you see what I see. Like, if you can't figure this out for yourself, and he's not calling them dumb, but he knows. We all know. Like, I got a dumb text here that says, is Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown playing tonight? Why play them in meaningless games? They've been healthy. They have not had injury issues.
Correct.
Their problem is not getting to the playoffs healthy. They haven't had injury problems. Embiid is 7'2", if you haven't noticed. And if you haven't watched the league in your past, judging by who texted this in, I can assume he probably hasn't watched the league because I've been reading your text messages for years. You sound like a complete idiot 98% of the time. There are 2% of the time I have agreed with you, 305. But big men get hurt. One guy's 7'2". Brown and Tatum are not. Now, Tatum and Brown, they make it to the playoffs healthy. God bless them. Unfortunately, Embiid has not made it to the playoffs healthy. Now, there's a lot of big men who aren't healthy. Being 7'2" and running up on a wood basketball court is not conducive to one's health. So you're comparing apples to oranges here with Brown and Tatum against Joel Embiid. I mean, come on, dude. Seriously? Are Brown and Tatum, why play them in a meaningless game? These games are... The problem is we've made them meaningless. The fans have made these games meaningless. It's a regular season game, but in the big picture, if Brown and Tatum don't play tonight, are the Celtics not the favorite to win the title because those two guys decided they didn't want to play on opening night? Look, don't blame the Sixers. Blame the fans. You could blame the Sixers for plenty, by the way.
Sure.
You could blame the Sixers for plenty. But the fans have created this. The fans have created this whole thing of, I'll only believe you when the playoffs get here. All right, well then if you don't want to believe me on Tuesday night in October, which is tonight, tomorrow's Wednesday night, then I'm not going to risk it if I don't have to. If he's not, in my mind, ready to go where I want him to be, then I'm not going to play him. Then that's just the way it's going to be. That's the way it's going to be.
And it's because of that mindset that Stephen A. Smith said this morning on First Take after Shams broke that news earlier today. He said he gives Joel Embiid the stamp of approval about how he's handling this.
If you're Joel Embiid, you have every right to prioritize the postseason because that's all that's left for you. He's a former league MVP. He's one of the greatest big men to ever touch to ever grace the basketball court. We know what this brother does, and we know that his game is his game, and it doesn't dissipate in terms of the competition. It's all about his health. He came into the league missing the first 2 seasons of his career, for crying out loud. He's never been healthy. So whatever path he has to take in order to ensure that he's healthy for the postseason, I don't blame him one bit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he missed 2 years at the start of his career, and now he's missed, I think they said he's played 500 games, and he's missed about 350 games in his career. It's not a secret. You can criticize him all you want. Nobody is sitting here defending Joel's health. He has not been reliable. I mean, that's not what's under investigation here. This isn't what's on trial. His health has been awful in his career. So the Sixers are now taking it to the extreme. You can, again, be critical of the Sixers. Be critical. They're handling this like from one extreme to the next. It's, well, he doesn't get to the playoffs healthy, so now we got to make sure that he gets there healthy. Unless they're lying and there's something else wrong with him. He played in the Olympics, which, by the way, I don't have any problem with him playing the Olympics. I think he should have played in the Olympics. And I said it before. I want him to go play in the Olympics and then not play a minute. Just go around those guys. Go practice with that group of guys. Go practice with Steve Kerr. Go practice with LeBron. Go practice with Durant. Go practice with Curry. Go practice with that team and just get around them. But the problem is he's not healthy ever. So the Sixers are now taking it to the extreme. All right? They're taking it to the extreme. So shame on the Sixers and shame on the fans. You're both at fault here. There's nobody here that gets a handshake and says, you're handling this the right way. No, the Sixers have handled this extremely poor. And then the fans who say, I don't care about you unless you get to April, he could score 70 points tomorrow night. And you would say, who cares? That's on you.
And that's why those are the big 3 topics of the day, Mike.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. We are 15 minutes from the puck drop. Flyers and Capitals right here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap up the show with the Bet365 play of the day. The NBA season opens tonight. I got some NBA winners next on the Sports Bash.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Cincinnati against the Bengals.
Let it go, and then it's caught into the touchdown. A.J. Brown. When there's a question, go to A.J. Brown.
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
You scaled the sheer cliff face, battling frostbite, running low on oxygen. The wind pierced your skin, and every inch was agony. You reached heights no other human had before, while getting nowhere at airport security. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover best-selling action titles on Audible.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day. And smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com. You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, get ready to get out of here. We got Flyers hockey coming up at 6 o'clock. It's the Flyers and the Capitals right here on 97.3 ESPN. Time now for the Bet365 play of the day. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. What do we got?
Overall, Mike, you are now 32-23. You split the difference last night. You mentioned it earlier. The Ravens and Bucks almost scored 90 points last night, so I hit the over.
Yes.
And the Cardinals won outright.
Yep. So I was 1-1 last night, which makes me
32-23.
32-23. Feel good about that. I got some good ones tonight. I got 2 NBA games tonight. I'm going Brunson over 5 assists. I'm going LeBron James over 20 points. Going with Anunoby with over 10. Give me Ant Edwards in action tonight. Give me over 4 rebounds for Ant Edwards. And I'm going to go with a 10-spot rebounds, Anthony Davis. No cat there. He makes his debut for the Knicks tonight. So there are some Bet365 plays of the day. The NBA season's back tonight. You got Celtics-Knicks is the early game, and Lakers Minnesota is the late game tonight. I guess everybody's going to be watching to see if LeBron and his son play together.
Did you see the recreation that Anthony Edwards and Justin Jefferson did of the old ESPN magazine cover?
I did. The Kevin Garnett, Randy Moss.
Yep. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of these kind of recreation type of things that these teams, bring back, kind of like what their stars of the past did.
Yeah.
By the way, apparently Andy Dalton was involved in a car accident, but he seems to be okay.
Well, that's good news.
That's good news. For the people just tuning in and getting ready for the Flyers game, Joel Embiid, Paul George are out for the season opener.
You got to make sure you finish that sentence.
Well, they're out for not only the season opener, apparently Embiid is out for the whole week. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. I really don't. I feel like the Sixers have handled this so poorly, and just a complete lack of transparency of why he's not playing. And the coach today, look, I feel bad for Nick. What's he going to say? He's like, he looks ready. I mean, it literally, he's like, he looks like he's ready to me. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I feel bad. It almost feels like Brett Brown again, where the poor guy had to go out there and answer questions, and he didn't want to be out there. Nick Nurse doesn't want to do this.
Yeah. I feel bad for Nurse because now he's turning into Brett Brown. He's turning into the guy who has to take all of the body shots for the organization because he doesn't have the answers.
Well, it's almost like they, and I don't want to say I have no idea, but almost like they blindsided him. Like, hey, by the way, no Embiid, no Paul George tonight. Like, he was probably like, wait, what? Not tonight, tomorrow night.
Well, still.
I mean, I would imagine he had to have known this probably, I don't know, but his answers made it sound like he was a bit blindsided by it.
Yeah, he did not have a good answer for it. And it's frustrating for him. It's frustrating for everybody.
I'm frustrated. You're frustrated. The fans are frustrated. The listeners are frustrated. Everybody has the right to be frustrated. But I also would say we created this environment. The fan base has created this environment where you don't care what this team could win 74 games. And you're going to say, I don't care until they get out of the second round. And the Sixers know this. They know that you don't care anymore. So they're going to use this against you. You don't care, then neither do we. Shame on everybody out. Sixers handle this poorly. Fan base, you put them up to this, and that you challenged them, and they took you up on it. Flyers hockey next.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedorn bring you all the exciting play-by-play action. It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
At Complete Care Health Network, their new men's and family health professionals facility in Williamstown offers preventative health screenings and primary care for the entire family with a focus on men's health. Schedule your appointment at CompleteCareNJ.org.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good